Honorable members, Madam Speaker.
Prayer.
Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with your abundant favor these your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important trusts in this land. Let your blessing descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you have committed to their charge. Amen.
Item 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, I want to welcome you to this afternoon sitting. The 13th edition of the East African Community Interparliamentary Games is going to start on 7th and will be in Kigali, Rwanda. The Parliament of Uganda is ably represented, and the members who are going to represent the country were nominated by the coaches and the captains of different disciplines. I just want to tell you that as leadership of Parliament, we are not going to be a party to choose who is going to, because we may end up choosing only our friends. But I also want to encourage the members as you go there, represent our country well in terms of discipline. I am giving you money, 720 per day. And you go and sleep in a room of $20. Now that is unacceptable for a member of Parliament. Members, represent us well. Don't go and live in a very miserable way. Honorable members, the Catholic chaplaincy will hold a high mass of lighting the Christmas tree today at 5 in the conference hall. And the chief celebrant is going to be the Bishop of Michana. You're almost welcome for the lighting of that tree. I want to thank you so much. So meaning that we should move our business faster, then we go for prayers. Thank you. Next item. Yes, proceed on what?
Madam Speaker, the National Opposition Political Party many times has put the ruling government on tension and questions why cabinet does not come in its full swing. Today, Madam Speaker, I see the whip of opposition sitting lonely, which is a demonstration Madam Speaker, and at the same time, I see Honorable Basari is there, the mover of the private members' bill of homosexuality, whereby the political leader of NUP said it was a will of NRM government, which I belong to, need to bring that bill. You must clarify whether you are working together with us, NRM, or not. And Madam Speaker, the quietness of Honorable Basari demonstrates a lot. And even the quietness of the NUP members whom they call to be working with us, NRM, also demonstrates a lot.
There's an order. Honorable members. Honorable members.
Madam Speaker, I thank you. Madam Speaker, is it in order for the Honorable Macho, a renowned Simagola, to insinuate that I am quiet over a matter I have not given opportunity to comment on? Is in order as a smuggler to insinuate that I'm quiet? And am I known for being quiet over national and international issues? Is he in order?
Honorable member, since this issue came up, you are the mover of the motion, and you know how much popularity you gained in this country. But from the time this issue was raised, we have not heard from you. It is true you're quiet. Honorable members, we got a letter from Gemma in that regard. And the letter, when we got from Gemma, of course, we expected you to say a word as the mover of the motion. A personal statement that you're not working with anybody for you to represent your country, represent your people, to protect the family of Uganda, of our people.
I want to thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me go on record and state as follows: that the anti-homosexuality law is the most popular law in the history of this parliament. Bipartisan, all shades of opinion were behind this piece of legislation. Number two, Madam Speaker, at a function I attended in Bujiri, where the Honorable Kasule Lumumba was chief guest, the NRM chairperson, Saidi Kagere, and a couple of many other people enjoined us as parliament to come out with the law on homosexuality. It was on the basis of those calls that, Madam Speaker, I came to your office and requested that I move this bill. So it is a matter that arose from the grassroots. In fact, the people of Bujiri are so proud and excited about this piece of legislation. But not only Bujiri, the entire country. So it is actually not true that the end of us to bring that piece of legislation, because in any case, it is not new in this parliament. Madam Speaker, I have been around for a long time. I have been in prison. This government has imprisoned me. I've been in Luzira. This NRM government has put me in prison. I've been a political prisoner before for fighting for what I believe in. But Madam Speaker, I'm also aware that forces promoting homosexuality are very strong. They have money, they have influence. And I know that some of our colleagues are under pressure. There is a lot of pressure, there is a lot of intimidation. And I have engaged them. These forces, I have engaged them because they have come to my office from Britain, America, and the rest. They are looking for allies. Allies to promote that immorality in this country. I want to be on record, Madam Speaker, that as a country, we must stand our ground. God who created us will make us survive. This idea of saying we are cutting aid, we don't come to America, don't go to Britain. Yes, it is their right. But nobody should determine how we think. Right, Speaker, polygamy in Europe is criminal. Who has complained? If I was in Europe, I would be in jail because I'm polygamous. Yes, I would be in jail. Polygamy in Europe is criminal. What is wrong with homosexuality being criminal in Uganda? This display of double standards, such a not display of double standards, it is display of no standards, cannot be accepted. So let us stand our ground. This parliament took a decision. We are proud of that decision. We must condemn all efforts intended at undermining the sovereignty of this parliament and also the sovereignty of this country.
Thank you.
Right, Speaker, I want to thank you. And the provocation of the smuggler has yielded.
Order.
No.
Madam Speaker, the people of Busia are smugglers. I need Honorable Ambassador to withdraw that.
Cross-border trade.
Right, Speaker, I withdraw the statement. Honorable Macho is a cross-border trader.
Cross-border trade.
I withdraw the statement.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable members, we don't regret passing that law. And I want to thank the President of the Republic of Uganda for really assenting to that law. Some people thought that the President was not going to assent to the law. I am proud and happy with what the President did.
They should leave our country.
We will continue protecting the family.
Yes.
We will continue protecting the family, protecting the rights of our children and our country, and we will not live in handouts. Because you want to buy a visa. My visa was cancelled.
Let them come.
Have I died? I have said so long as you don't cancel a visa to Bukedea, I have my home and Buyende. I will go there freely. You can cancel the other visa, which is okay. Will not the blacklist that they are talking about. Don't care. Don't worry about that. You have all what you need in this country. In Uganda, so long as your kids are not being sodomized, your kids are living a life. This business of saying that you're going to use people's children must stop. Honorable members, on the same. Yes, Bualu, Doctor.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to agree with you that we stood here on the floor of this parliament. Our people told us, go and pass the anti-homosexuality bill. And we did right that. Those who don't want that law, let them leave our country. They go and live in UK, they live in London, they live in US, or wherever they want to live. But this law, we are going to protect it with our blood, with our sweat, and our souls. But we must stand our grounds. If they want to cut their aid, so let them cut. But we are going to defend this law. And right, Honorable Speaker, you have our full support. As this parliament, we are going to stand and defend that law. If they want to tag this law into their aid, let them cut their aid. We will survive. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Dr. Church.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I also just want to affirm and thank you for standing firm, because when we were as the ACP EU Joint Parliamentary Assembly in Brussels, we stood firm as Uganda and told them that African values are not for sale, whether at wholesale price or retail price. We shall stand with our values and we shall not allow this culture colonization. But I'm also happy that the new partnership agreement of ACP EU, which had provisions on homosexuality, many of the African countries have refused to sign it. So Uganda is not alone in this cause. We are the forerunners and we need to continue to stand together. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, I wanted to react to your communication. A few weeks back, in your communication, you had indicated that you had visited Mulago and you had committed that we will support them. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to appeal to you because on today's order paper, we're discussing the supplementary. Unfortunately, Mulago is not within it. They need about 25.5 billion to complete the renovation of Mulago. Mulago is the face, the hand, and the feet of our healthcare system. But the face is disfigured. The hand is amputated. The feet has been disabled. It cannot provide specialized services. We need the 25.5 billion shillings for mechanical installations, for plumbing installations. Lifts are not working. We have the first, and which will be the first ever organ transplant center ready to start, but it cannot start because the equipment are not functional. So I really want to appeal that we really get a way forward. Last year we had a supplementary, Mulago was left out. The budget for this year, Mulago was left out. This is another supplementary, Mulago has been left out. I appeal.
Honorable members, I don't want to debate in anticipation because I've not seen the supplementary yet. And at the same time, we also agree that the issues of the organ transplant, since there's a law in place, we passed that law, that must be budgeted for and must start to be operational. And secondly, what we need most urgently in Mulago is the human resource. Because when I told you that we have the ICU, there are only 14 beds that are working out of the 29. So we should be looking at the human resource, and then the rest we must include it in the budget. Honorable members, I have, yes, Mukatulik. Okay, now that it has passed, you can have your.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable, you sit and wait for him to finish his process.
Madam Speaker, on Monday I read the new vision, and it is a very serious issue we have to pay attention to as Parliament. Government and Ministry of Education is promising to construct city schools in a number of districts, but Central Region is not benefiting anything, and this is a budget issue. So I would like to know that it's procedure okay for Ministry of Education to come out clearly and explain why Central Region has not benefited, is not benefited a single school, city school, yet all other regions, even if there is another region left out, attention to be given, because this is a budget issue that should be given adequate attention, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
And the ministers are around.
No, I don't want us to rely on the newspaper. Can we have a list of the schools that are going to be constructed, the districts, and then we'll need an explanation based on what is authenticated from the district. So, Minister, you'll give that to us, and I don't want to rely on newspapers.
Madam Speaker, let me begin by congratulating you. Since you came back, I've not been here. As a pediatrician, it gives me double joy to see that we've added to the population we have, because Uganda has put in place a strong strategy for child survival, including immunization. So congratulations, and we are happy, we encourage, hoping next year we will have many more ladies to bring more babies to us. Thank you. Madam Speaker, indeed it is true, I have accepted your directives that we will bring a document probably indicating the schools that we are constructing across the country, and of course the survey that was done indicating where the need is supposed to be, and also the money through the AMP chip and the usage projects. So I beg to submit.
And also answer his question, why not Central? Why Eastern? Why Northern? When you're bringing the document, if it is true.
Thank you, I will do that. And I will make sure I answer that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Yes. The two ministers, one starts, Honorable Bahati first, then.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to make a comment on the issue which has been talked about by Honorable Marshall, and to join him and other members that we should remain firm that the law that we passed against homosexuality was a law that we believe in. We believe in our values. We know that there are a number of black males that are being traded around. For example, Madam Speaker, now, in addition to restriction on visas, they have also threatened to cut AGOA, which is a program that we have been implementing with the Americans. So they have said that our products will not access the American market duty-free and quota-free because of what we believe in. So the threats are there, but the House should remain united because this is our country, this is a sovereign parliament, and I think a message should come from this House to condemn the statements of President of NUP, who made really reckless statements on international television, condemning his own members that were influenced by President Museveni. This House was never influenced by anybody. This House was influenced by what we believe in. And therefore, this message should come out from this House to say that, Honorable Kyagulanyi, you are wrong. This House has never been influenced by anybody, but by the values. And our members from the opposition on this matter, we are together. We don't want you to feel abandoned. We are with you. We are together, and we stand for our values. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Members of opposition, you're very good people who will always defend you. And we are together with you. You don't work for anybody. You work for your people. When the minister is up, a minister starts.
But he says he'll come after to conclude.
And can I hear from the minister?
He has negotiated.
You are negotiating this House.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I wish to take this opportunity to thank Honorable Asman for coming out clearly in this House to clear the hair on the accusation that was made on the opposition, on the president, and on this parliament, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, it is true that the decision by Parliament of Uganda, basing on the demand and support of the people of Uganda to say the country must say no to promotion of homosexuality in the country, has touched the homosexuals in a wrong way, and they are trying everything it takes to put a condition that would scare the rest of African countries and other countries that would feel like passing the same kind of law, not to attempt to do it. And this is why all these pressures are being done. But it's very unfortunate, Right Honorable Speaker, that we have one of our own at a very high level of leadership, a president of a political party in the country and the head of a party in opposition in this parliament, that still moves an extra mile to provoke these homosexuals against Uganda to create more of these pressures. That's why you are looking at this episode. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I think we condemn this to the strongest term. The country must take this as an advantage to look internally to see how we can survive amidst all these threats.
Thank you so
Right Honorable
much.
Speaker.
Honorable members, as the Honorable Chut said, our values are not for sale. We must protect our values. I had Honorable Government Chief Whip say he has 5 children because he's proudly married to a woman. Can I have information? Honorable members, we need to move.
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to start by thanking you because when we were processing this bill brought by our brother, the Honorable President of JEMA, you remained firm and steadfast. We know you were the first victim regarding the visa restrictions, but we are Ugandans. Personally, even if you denied me a visa to go to America, I don't think I would die because I am not going to America. So as a government and as Ugandans, we should remain very firm. We may be poor, but we are not desperate that you just dangle some resources and then we abandon our values. And the government will definitely respond when we get official communication from the US or any other government that puts these threats. But I think we should remain united as a parliament because this was one of the legislations that united the parliament. We never looked at each other in terms of a political party where we belong because were defending the values of Ugandans. So nobody should be intimidated by these threats from the international actors. If they cherish homosexuality, let them cherish it. But for us, as Ugandans, we don't. And let me add that up to 38 countries in Africa have legislations against homosexuality. So it is also wrong for the Western world to single out Ugandans. And we have told the diplomats and the community that we are a sovereign country. One of the diplomats asked me, why did you pass this law? I said, we pass laws in the interest of Ugandans, not foreigners. And therefore, nobody is going to coerce parliament or coerce the people of Uganda or government to start making laws in the interest of foreigners or people from outside. We make laws on behalf of Ugandans and the honorable colleagues. Nobody should feel intimidated. And
Thank
also,
you.
our friends, advise your leaders of the parties. Yes, you may want to talk sweet so that you get money from homosexuals, but I don't think that's correct. And therefore, we do not support the remarks made.
For me, leave my members.
Yes,
Leave my members. Hmm.
yes, we advised him to sign and he signed the bill, yes. No, I am among those. I am among those
you.
who explained the president the science of homosexuality.
Yes.
And upon that explanation, he signed it. Yes, I would. Right Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Sewungu is saying, I am not the one who advised the
No,
president.
he did advise on medical terms, and we are happy the bill passed.
Yes,
We now have an act. We only want implementation,
absolutely.
and we are good to go. Can I have
Right, Honorable Speaker, each and every time the president of JEMA, who is a member of this House, speaks on the bill, which is now an act, you can see how passionate he is. I just wanted, because by virtue of my appointment, I lead a section of a political party in Parliament under the constitution of my party. I wanted to salute the Secretary General of JEMA, who wrote to the president of the National Unity Platform in regard to the statement that he made about the bill that was passed by this parliament, which is now an act. This must go on record, that JEMA, as an opposition political party, has written to the president of another political party in the opposition. But also too, it is befitting in African culture, and we have seen this happen, that in the likely event that your father seemingly is not interested to keep you in his compound, you can seek refuge, even in the home of your aunt or the home of your uncle. The door of the political party called NRM remains open to you, members of the National Unity Platform, in the likely event that your leader does not need you because of the statements he is making. You are most welcome to the National Resistance Movement.
Thank you. Honorable members in the public gallery, honorable members in the public gallery this afternoon, we have a delegation from Arlington Academy of Hope. We have Miss Foibe Lubango. Miss Foibe, please stand up. You're welcome. We have Miss Anne Nabutale. Thank you. We have Miss Rose Nachintu Birungi. You're most welcome. Thank you so much. They are represented by none other than Honorable Nambeshe. And Honorable Nambeshe is a very good leader, and I want to thank you so much for supporting Honorable Nambeshe in his constituency. Arlington supports children who cannot be able to afford school fees, and they give them scholarships. And they do it in his constituency. And they also happen to be my parents in Bukedea Comprehensive. Thank you so much. You're welcome. And continue bringing your children to Bukedea. Honorable members, in the Distinguished Strangers Gallery this afternoon, we have a former member of parliament who was replaced by Honorable Guang. That is Honorable, she was one of the youngest members of parliament then. And that is Honorable Proscovia Alengot Oromait. Honorable Proscovia, you're welcome. And thank you for coming. She's here to witness the proceedings. Now they are saying you have grown. Wama, don't listen to them. Honorable members, in the district leadership from Bukedea. Yes. The district security committee of Bukedea. And here, Mr. Tuke William Oliver Force, please stand up, my RDC. You're welcome. Look, you wave to my RDC. Miss Nanono Loy Gift, Mr. Simwe Richard, welcome. Mr. Raleigh Jude, and Mr. Mugenyi Charles, you're most welcome. You see how we are United Nations. Welcome. Thank you so much for coming. They are here to witness the proceedings. Yes, the Honorable.
Right, Honorable
Abe.
Speaker, having introduced the team from, allow me also take this opportunity to tell them that they must bring you back unopposed.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Next item.
Item 3, statement by Minister.
The ayes have it. And the people of Kitugumu will bring Honorable Abe. I will be there for you. Next item.
Item 3, statement by Minister on the commemoration of the World Fisheries Day.
Honorable members, you recall that yesterday Honorable Nora Bigirwa raised an issue that Bulisa district was going to host the function, and pursuant to Rule 52, one of the rules of procedure, we are here to receive the report.
Right, Honorable Speaker. The commemoration of the World Fisheries Day is being commemorated right now in Bulisa. And being a technical paper, I request that the minister can present that paper when she is back, because right now she's in Bulisa officiating at that function. I pray.
Honorable Avur, then Dr. Bed.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Prime Minister for trying to comfort the fisheries communities in this country. Right Honorable Speaker, why I'm saying trying to comfort, the function is taking place right now. In this economy, the fishing sector is the second forex earner. But the way we are being treated as people of Uganda is very unfortunate. Right Honorable Speaker. We want to participate in this economy like any other Ugandan by being treated fairly. Right now, Right Honorable Speaker, we passed the law.
Honorable members, those are issues that Loeb raised yesterday. Loeb raised those issues, and we referred it to the Committee of Human Rights and Internal Affairs. So you go with your issues, go with your complaints to those committees. You're not going to start discussing about fishing communities here. You should have debated on it yesterday. You should have supported.
Speaker,
Next item.
Speaker,
Dr. Bed.
thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to pray that when the minister is bringing on the floor of Parliament the issues of the fisheries sector, companies are closing, fisheries companies are closing on Lake Victoria because of our policies. They are relocating to Tanzania, to Kenya. We want to hear from the minister of the sector what they are doing to make sure that we don't lose these very, very important companies that are providing jobs and are earning Uganda forex to this country.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, Prime Minister, it is also a good culture next time that we have the report before the celebration of the date. Now, it is out of the debate in the House that the minister will get to understand, to feel what the sector is. We will not discuss that report after the celebration. Now, you want us to legislate retrospectively.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Yesterday, like I requested here that I'm going to communicate, the minister was here immediately after communicating to her. She had just been delayed. So by the time she came in, we had already started on the debate for
You're on order. And I am allowing the order for one reason. When you have a report, the report must go to the clerk's office first. It must be put on the order paper. You do not smuggle documents on the floor.
Madam Speaker.
It was Goretti, not you.
Madam Speaker.
No, the order was from Goretti.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity and thank the Right Honorable Prime Minister for having the courtesy and the guts to stand in front of the colleagues, members of Parliament, to tell this House that a minister cannot be able to present a statement today. Right Honorable Speaker, this is a day that is known on the calendar. You imagine you being forced to bring a statement. We have 82 ministers. Right Honorable Speaker, can the Prime Minister be given permission to move out and come with a statement?
Honorable members. Honorable members, can we go to the next item? But I just want to ask the front bench, Government Chief Whip, when this is a calendar date, you should always make sure that your ministers bring the reports early enough and make sure that it is on the order paper. Even if it was brought yesterday, but it was being smuggled inside. Yes, before you first come. You hold it.
Right Honourable Speaker, the Prime Minister standing is a very good lady. And I hold her in very high esteem and regard. But as a way of helping the Prime Minister and how government...
Honorable members, first of all, I want to welcome one person who has come here. Honorable Matia, you're most welcome. Because there are decisions we are going to take when he's here today. Honorable, we are happy you're here.
Right Honourable Speaker, with your indulgence, allow me to assist my sister in helping her to advise her on how governments are run, so that in the future we don't have these impediments. Last time, we reminded her of the Elders' Day. There was no statement. We reminded her on the Youth Day. There was no statement. Governments are run by keeping dashboards of local and international days. So the next time you have a problem, we can assist my department to give you a dashboard of these activities so that you can guide your ministers and give Parliament time to do work properly. So please keep a dashboard of local and international days so that we are not reminded here on the floor to go and produce statement. You make us look shabby as parliament. And we have now wasted time discussing the absence of a statement in the face of a clear international framework of a calendar of days. Please keep a dashboard. I'm advising you as a brother in good faith. And we can also assist to provide a dashboard for you to follow that we do not have these problems again.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable members, this date was supposed to be celebrated on 21st November. It was pushed to 6th December, and still we never got a report. Next time we need a report early. Next item.
Item 4, motion for resolution of Parliament to authorize government to borrow up to United States dollars 325 million and receive a grant of up to special drawing rights 19.5 million, equivalent to United States dollars 25 million from the International Development Association of the World Bank Group to finance the Uganda Climate Smart Agricultural Transformation Project.
Honorable members, as we all know that climate change is a reality, and we contend as a society. And when you talk about the climate change, Government Chief Whip, I want a report on the floods in Kampala. I want a serious report on the flooding in Kampala. If you go to Namasuba now, if you go to Busega, if you go to Forest Mall, Nambole, it is really terrible. Can we have your ministers responsible to bring a report on that? Yes, first answer before we approve the loan.
Right Honorable Speaker, the minister in charge of Kampala is the Minister for Kampala, Capital City and Metropolitan Affairs. And as directed by your chair, I undertake to execute my humble duty of notifying the Minister for Kampala Capital City Authority to bring a statement on floods in Kampala. I beg to submit.
Thank you so much. And therefore, any integrated intervention by this House will help us as a country. And that's why you find there is a loan that has been brought. And this is pursuant to Article 159 of the Constitution and Section 36 and Section 39 of the Public Finance Management Act and Rule 1551 of the Rules of Procedure. I will now invite the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to move a motion for a resolution of this House to authorize government to borrow for this purpose. Honorable Minister of Finance.
I beg to move a motion to authorize government to borrow up to US dollars 335 million and receive a grant of up to special drawing rights 19.5 million, an equivalent of $25 million from the International Development Association of the World Bank Group to finance the Uganda Climate Smart Agricultural Transformation Project. I beg to move, Right Honorable Speaker.
Is the motion seconded? Seconded by the Prime Minister, Government Chief Whip, Minister of Trade, ICT, Roads. No, General Katumba is by General Katumba, by local government, by Honorable Ogwang, by Honorable Ivanda, by Honorable Paul. Mooma, Aleb Tong, Esther Foyo-Chan, by the not smuggler, by Macho Dr. Abedi, Isodo, by Bualu, by Itungo, by Stephen, by the whole house. Thank you so much. Would you justify your motion?
Right Honorable Speaker, briefly, the project development objective is to increase production, market access, and resilience of selected value chains in the project areas and facilitate prompt and effective response to crisis or emergency. Madam Speaker, the terms of the loan are the following. Loan amount $325 million. Maturity period is 50 years, including grace period of 10 years. The commitment fee is 0.5% per annum on unwithdrawn financing balance. However, it is currently at 0, and the service fee is 0. The conditions of effectiveness is that the IDA is satisfied that the recipients has adequate refugee protection framework. The project implementation manual has been prepared and adopted by government, and a project coordination unit has been established. Madam Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you so much, honorable members. In order to form the debate of this motion, I want to invite the chairperson of National Economy to present his report, and then we look at what we are giving money for.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And for the record, I'm the Deputy Chairperson, the Committee on National Economy, but we share the responsibilities with my chair. So, but he's around, not a boycott. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I'm here to present a report with the Committee on National Economy on the proposal by government to borrow up to USD 325 million and receive a grant of up to SDR 19.5 million, equivalent to 25 million US dollars from the International Development Association, IDA of the World Bank Group, to finance the Uganda Climate Smart Agriculture Transformation Project. And in relation to that, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to lay the minutes of the meeting of the Committee on National Economy with the Minister of Finance and then the Minister of Agriculture. I beg to lay.
Please lay.
Right Honorable Speaker, I know this report is must be already uploaded, but for purposes of procedure, allow me a report of the committee on the same.
Thank you. Please lay.
Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Finance highlighted some key issues of this request, and I will guide members to specific pages of interest or of more interest. I'll guide you to page 5, where we have, Honorable Speaker, I hope the report is uploaded. Page 5 has the performance of debt finance projects under the agriculture sector. There are quite many. And on page 9, we have in terms of the country context, according to the National Household Survey, A sizable portion of Uganda's population remains vulnerable to poverty and significant welfare setbacks in the wake of a shock. About 40% are considered vulnerable and susceptible to falling into poverty because of climate and other shocks. And Right Honorable Speaker, on page 12 of the report, we have the context and challenges the project intends to address. They're mentioned there, and some of them were mentioned by the minister. I'm doing so because I was advised to move as fast as possible to observations and recommendations. Right Honorable Speaker, on page 13, climate-induced drought and flood in Uganda is shrinking Uganda's lakes and fish population due to increasing temperatures and sedimentation. Siltation from erosion caused by changes in land use and land cover. Those are some of the issues. And page 15 is alignment of the project to the national planning framework. This is part of NDP 3. So members will find it there. Then on page 17, we have the value chain selection criteria is highlighted there. One of them is potential to earn income for farmers and create employment, potential to support food security and nutrition, environmentally adaptable to the region, potential for scalability, marketability, promoted by at least 2/3 of the districts in the sub-region. And that Honorable Speaker, on the same page, page 17, we have a list of beneficiaries. We have right from number 1, Busoga, Bukedi, Elgon, Teso, Karamoja, Lango, Acholi, West Nile, Ankole, Kigezi, Renzori, Bunyolo, then lastly, Buganda. So the number of districts falling in those respective sub-regions are mentioned therein. Right Honorable Speaker, on page 31, we have the project coverage, selection criteria, and beneficiaries. But allow me to note this. The project has targeted agroecological zones that have increasing and high levels of poverty and high levels of land and natural resources degradation, as well as low value production. Agroecological zones included in the project are northeastern, drylands, Karamoja, B, northeastern, savanna, grasslands, Eastern Choli and northern Lango, C, Choga Plains, southeastern Lango, Teso, Bukedi, and northern Busoga, D, Western Highlands, Southern Highlands, Southern Drylands, and Lake Albert Crescent. E, Eastern, that's Elgon Highlands, Bugisu and Sebei, and F, Central Region. Honorable Speaker, on page 32, we have the project beneficiaries, and allow me to highlight just this key. The project is expected to directly benefit about 760,000 households and indirectly benefit approximately 1.9 million households. On page 34, budget implications. The project is included in the financial year 2023-2024 approved budget estimates for Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, and it's under project code 1786 under vote 010. 35, in terms of implementation, the National Project Steering Committee will be co-chaired by the permanent secretaries of Ministry of Finance, MAIF. Key members of the National Committee will include other government ministries, OPM, Ministry of Trade, Ministry of Local Government, Ministry of Gender, NEMA, NFA, Ministry of Lands, Ministry of Water and Environment,
and senior leadership from line agencies, NARO, NAGRIC, and others. Page 36, the loan current debt situation. The minister highlighted that, but let me add this. This loan will increase the country's total nominal public debt stock that preliminarily stood at 86.7 trillion as at end of June 2023, compared to 48.4% as at June 2022. Page 37, Right Honorable and members, and observations and recommendations. 13.1, legal covenants of the credit financing agreement. The committee observed that the draft loan financing agreement highlights the following conditions. In order for the loan disbursements under the project component of promoting adoption of climate-smart agriculture technologies and practices to be triggered upon approval by Parliament, no withdrawal shall be made for competitive research, grants for community-level investments, to finance micro projects and district-level investments, to finance strategic larger sub-projects that benefit several sub-counties and communities, unless and until the government has prepared and adopted the grants manual in form and substance acceptable to the World Bank. 2, no withdrawal shall be made for matching grants for clean energy equipment, machinery, and infrastructure for harvesting, post-harvest management, and value addition, improvement of quality and shelf life of produce, and reduction of the overall contribution of agro-value chains to sectoral greenhouse gas emissions. Production input grants, nutrition grants under the project component of market development and linkages for selected value chains, unless and until the government has prepared and adopted the grants manual in form and substance acceptable to the World Bank. In relation to that, Honorable Speaker, the committee recommends the following. The committee recommends that the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry, and Fisheries should ensure that the above loan disbursement conditions are timely fulfilled in order to trigger the timely disbursement of the loan credit for the project objectives to be met as planned. 13.2, need to enhance project coordination mechanism. The committee observed that for the project objectives to be fully met, a high level of coordination is required, both at the regional and district level, as well as at the interministerial level, given the roles and partnerships expected of government agencies, private sector partners, and non-state actors. The project appraisal documents highlights institutional structure roles and responsibilities of different agencies. The National Project Steering Committee, the National Project Coordination Committee, NARO, NAGRIC, the Ugandan Meteorological Authority, NARO, NADS, District Project Implementation Committee, Sub-County Technical Planning Committee, and farm organizations. Therefore, the risk of inadequate vertical integration and strong coordination cannot be overstated. The committee recommends that the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry, and Fisheries Project Coordination Unit should ensure proper coordination of the project. Accountability procedures that will be issued by the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry, and Fisheries to participating agencies and districts, spelling out duties and responsibilities together with staff specifically assigned to the project, should be efficient and effective. 13.3, roles of local governments during project implementation. The committee observed that a well-resourced and capacitated local governments are critical to mainstreaming of sustainable land management interventions, as they facilitate rapid scale-up through mobilization of local leadership, identification of local trainers, and provision of extension support, as well as implementation supervision. Through subnational governments, capacity for sustainable land management planning, expansion, and maintenance can be promoted and sustained at the lowest levels. The committee recommends that the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry, and Fisheries should ensure that all beneficiary local governments are adequately well-resourced and capacitated to enable them promote economies of scale and mindset change among communities regarding the benefits of promoting climate-smart technologies, innovations, and management practices, and to enhance community resilience to climate shocks. 13.4, low adoption of climate-smart technologies. The committee observed that the agricultural household inability to anticipate or recover from shocks that affect agriculture and food security on time underscores their high vulnerability to potentially longer-lasting impacts on the economy. Even though a range of climate-smart agriculture technologies, including sustainable land management, have been promoted and implemented across farmer territories and ideological zones in Uganda, the rate of adoption is less than 30%. This low adoption is largely attributed to the high initial cost of adoption of climate-smart agriculture technologies and establishment of necessary structures to undertake these practices. The introduction, promotion, and eventual adoption of climate-smart agriculture technologies, innovations, and management practices under this stand a chance of enhancing productivity, improving livelihoods, and strengthening the resilience of both people and ecosystems, in the essence, halting the economic costs of climate change. The committee therefore recommends that government should put in place incentives that strengthen the private sector involvement in provision of affordable climate-smart agriculture technologies, including research and extension services. This will enable the private sector to effectively and efficiently contribute to enhancing productivity, improve livelihood, and strengthening the resilience of both agricultural households and ecosystems, leading to halting the economic costs of climate change. 13.5, agricultural research, breeding, and appropriate technology development. The committee observed that the generation and development of technologies and adaptive research by narrow institutions has continued, although most interventions were partially done and results were inconclusive. This was attributed to persistent challenges of drought, lack of appropriate agricultural machinery and laboratories, inadequate vehicles and equipment, incomplete research infrastructure, migration of technical staff to universities, coupled with underfunding. In addition, animal conservation and breeding continued at Nagrik farms, although performance is at low pace. Construction and administrative and breeding infrastructure was minimal and in some cases halted, which negatively impacted on the breeding programs. This is largely attributed to underfunding of animal conservation and breeding interventions at the Nagrik farms. Further, the livestock breeding and the multiplication performance was average in Nagrik farms due to persistent challenges, inadequate access to improved animal breeds for breeding at Nagrik farms and by farmers, land wrangles and encroachment, in addition to inadequate pastures and water for production, donations for social corporate responsibility and festive seasons, and deaths due to pests and diseases, in addition to old age of animals. The committee recommends that the project should ensure that the prototypes which have been developed and not reaching the final production are finalized in order to start commercializing the products. 13.6, need to enhance agriculture extension personnel. The committee observed that by 30th June 2023, staffing levels of extension workers at national level stood at 4,310, which is 44.6% against the approved staffing numbers of 9,665, thus leaving 5,355, which is 55.4% positions vacant. On average, the extension worker to farmer ratio was 1 extension worker to 1,800 households, much higher than the recommended ratio of 1 extension worker to 500 households in Uganda. The committee was informed that the outreach of extension services to farmers in local governments was consequently low due to inadequate personnel, inadequate funding to facilitate the extension workers, repurposing of funds from planned extension activities to operationalization of the parish development model, and impassable roads, mostly in hard-to-reach areas. The extension services in support of PDM focus on enterprise group formation, selection of priority enterprises, and farmer education on group dynamics and financial management to enable households move from subsistence commercial farming. The committee notes that the implementing government projects and programs without deploying adequate extension workers negatively affects their performance. The committee therefore recommends that government and MAIF should prioritize recruitment and equipping extension workers to oversee the implementation of agriculture smart, and PDM special attention should be given to newly created administrative units. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Member, 13.7, storage and agro-processing and value addition. The committee observed that the significant progress was made in the establishment of storage, processing, and value addition facilities by NADS, UCDA, MAIF, Uganda Development Corporation, and the Ministry of Local Government. However, the functionality of the established facilities has not been realized fully due to key constraints, including lack of power, connectivity, inadequate raw materials, cooperative managers, and beneficiaries who lack technical expertise of how to operate the machines, poor planning for operationalization of the facilities, and missing parts in some of the machines. The delays in completion of the facilities were attributed to weak contract management and low contractor capacity to undertake multiple contracts. For example, a total of 358 value addition and storage facilities, 68 storage and 290 both storage and value addition were planned to be completed by 2022-2023 financial under the World Bank funded agriculture cluster project through matching grants. However, out of the planned 290 value addition and storage facilities, only 139, which represents 48%, were completed and operational. 75 of them, which is 26%, were completed but not operational due to lack of power, connectivity, and 76%, which is 26%, sorry, 76 of them, which is 26%, were under construction. The completed storage facilities provided storage capacity of 54,579 metric tons. The established facilities were for maize, beans, cassava, coffee, and rice. The committee therefore recommends: 1, Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry, and Fisheries should strengthen inter-program synergies with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development to ensure that planning for power investments is done at project inception. More synergy should be with the Ministry of Trade and Industry. The Ministry of Agriculture should enhance the capacity of technical staff in contract management. 13.8, low absorption and loan finance projects in the agricultural sector. The committee observed that adoption of funds for loan finance projects in the agricultural sector is very low. The current low disbursement is attributed to the continued slow pace by government in fulfillment of loan effectiveness conditions, costly land compensation claims, and inadequate project preparedness for these projects. There are 6 approved ongoing projects in the agricultural sector being implemented by MAIF, which totals to $466.38 million, of which US dollars 176.77 million has been disbursed, representing an average disbursement rate of 37.9% as at 30th June 2023. The committee therefore recommends that the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and the Ministry of Agriculture should ensure that all inefficiencies that affect the sufficient utilization, absorption of funds for debt finance projects in the agriculture sector are mitigated to guarantee the timely realization of the project development objectives and expected social and economic benefits. 13.9, the committee observed that the preliminary country's total nominal public debt stood at Uganda shillings 86.77 trillion as at end of June 2023, equivalent to 46.9% of GDP, compared to 48.4% as at June 2022. Of the total public debt stock as at June 2023, external debt constituted 60.2%, which is USD 14.24 billion, while domestic debt constituted 39.8%, which is $9.4 billion. Preliminary findings from the annual, Honorable Speaker, I'm concluding. Preliminary findings from the annual debt substantial bulletin of June indicate that a total of approximately $3.29 billion external debt was committed and remained undisbursed as at 30th June 2023. This debt would increase Uganda's stock in the medium term, even without signing any new loans. With a growing level of public debt due to its significance in meeting the country's huge financing development needs, there is need to pay close attention to the cost of debt and the economic rate of return of projects financed through debt. The committee recommends: 1, given the existing global uncertainties, lower global growth, persistent high inflation in advanced economies, tight global financial conditions, slow growth in domestic revenue, and climate change disruptions, the Minister of Finance should prudently project and manage the funding mix, as well as review its priorities to avoid escalation of debt beyond sustainable level. Minister of Finance should fast track implementation of strategies to ensure domestic revenue generation for the country and reducing rationalizing government expenditures. Last, acquisition of additional debt should be targeted towards those sectors that trigger export growth and contribute to domestic revenue mobilization. The criteria, Honorable Speaker, this is the last one, but it's critical. 13.10.10, criteria for selection of beneficial districts. The committee was informed that the selection of the beneficiary districts were based on the following criteria: climate change vulnerability of the watersheds, poverty levels of sub-regional level, and watershed degradation. The committee, however, notes that some of the districts which met the criteria were omitted. For example, Namayingo, Busia, Masaka, Soroti, Kwania, Lila, Gulu, Rampala, Ntungamu, Pakwach, Kapchola, Mukono, Nabiratuku, Luwero, Karungu, Kalangala, and of course, lastly, Uvuma. The committee therefore recommends that the district of Namayingo, Busia, Masaka, Soroti, those districts which have been mentioned, Lira, Gulu, Rampala, Ntungamu, Pakwach, Kapchola, Mukono, Nabiratuku, Luwero, Karungu, Kalangala, and Uvuma, should be absorbed on the climate smart project. Due to climate change vulnerability of the watersheds, poverty levels of sub-regional level, and watershed degradation concerns in these districts. The inclusion of these districts will not alter the value chain in their respective sub-regions. In conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the committee therefore recommends that the request by government to borrow up to USD $325 million and receive a grant of up to SDR 19.5 million, equivalent to US $25 million from the International Development Association of the World Bank Group to finance the Uganda Climate Smart Agriculture Transformation Project be approved subject to these recommendations. I beg to report.
Thank you so much, Chair, Vice Chair. Honorable members, you've heard from the chair, and when you listen to him, the loan seems to be having a very favorable terms. When you look at the percentage of disbursement for the 6 prevailing loans, will be standing at 37.9%. And then when you look at the districts that are going to benefit regions, there are 13 regions out of the 18 regions in the country. So the coverage is good enough. I'm going to give a limited debate. Honorable Moma.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I do rise to support the loan request and the recommendations of the committee. Specifically, Madam Speaker, I wanted to emphasize the issue of having inadequate extension workers in the local governments. We're having so many programs being implemented, but the technical people who are supposed to advise and guide the beneficiaries are very thin on the ground. In that respect, I do support and encourage government to address this, that whereas recruitment at some point was banned, we need to lift the ban and ensure that we have the necessary extension workers on the ground. Madam Speaker, the issue of having synergies between government ministries needs to be addressed. You find agriculture is doing something on its own, trade is operating on its own, health and energy. So for them to have a clear synergy is the way to go. Madam Speaker.
And then you also have lands, because one of the delays on this is acquisition of land. So you also have those kind of problems.
Right, Honourable, I thank you for that guidance and emphasis. Truly, Madam Speaker, like under Ministry of Local Government, the cluster project did construct so many processing machines, maize mills in so many parts of the country. But there is no power connected to these processors. The stores are idle, they are redundant. So it is in this spirit that we are urging and encouraging government to comply and ensure that the Ministry of Energy addresses this gap. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Naomi.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And I would like to thank the chairperson for the good motion, and also extend my thanks to Ministry of Agriculture for thinking about and planning for this loan. I think it goes around, as the speaker said, that at least majority of the people of this country will benefit. I emphasize on considering some of these agencies which do a lot of work and best work that we can base on to develop our agriculture, but they are just left unfunded or halfway funded, limited funding, narrow and Greek. If we had good money put in narrow and put in, we cannot do agriculture without good research. And even this Greek breeding, some of the people who rear animals, we really need this. I hope this loan will go along to give them more money so that we can benefit. But also, Madam Speaker, I would like to, at least these recommendations, to at least be implemented. We have seen in the previous experience in these loans, Madam Speaker, there is a loan which we benefited on this, what Honorable Muuma touched, but was also to consider the choked roads. But Madam Speaker, the implementation, the loan was good, but the implementation left a lot to be desired. I talked about it. I hope the Honorable Minister for Animal Husbandry is listening. I have an example of one bridge, a lot of money unfinished and not utilized. Even the roads that were worked on, very haphazardly worked on. So I pray that this loan will be very well utilized and implemented so that we can also benefit. And I like the inter-program synergies. How I wish you could plan according rather than, because once it is already done, before you in this loan and include each and every one, then we shall get this one doing that, another one doing that. But if it is done on the planning point, then we'll get results. But otherwise, I thank you, Chairman, for the report.
Thank you so much, minute each, honorable members. This was a very direct report. Patrick.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the chairperson and his committee for doing the ritual of passing and working on the loans as they come. But Right Honorable Speaker, when you look into this loan, it's going to be nyam for the elite, cham for the elite. There is nothing that you can talk about climate smart for coffee farmers. For example, can the chair explain here that we are turning coffee to be climate smart in such a way? There is nothing like that. I've gone through the report. The report really talks about the jargons of climate change these days. Right Honorable Speaker, until we address the critical matters of climate change, people are farming in swamps today. When you see the energy people are using for cooking, they are using the charcoal. That's what they are relying on. Can we go climate smart and we start talking about alternatives so that these loans come to provide an alternative to save the environment? We cannot spend our energy and start talking about language climate smart, those jargons that do not help. When you look through, Honorable Chair, relax, you respond. You respond, Chair.
Order.
Chair, maybe you could only make a clarification on what the member is raising.
No, this is not a clarification.
Right,
Honorable. Of course, we took a lot of effort in processing his loan, and it's under our rules of procedure. If I recall very well, the Honorable Nsamba, who is my friend, actually said that the committee was simply doing a ritual.
A ritual?
And, yes, a ritual.
Is he a member of the committee?
No, but he's not a member. But as far as we are concerned, Honorable, this is not
Honorable Samba Patrick, it's just like one saying that what you do in pub is a ritual. So do you go and do a ritual in pub?
Madam Speaker, why I said so?
Honorable members, this loan is meant to help us on climate change. Whether you speak and you say it is a ritual, it is a what, we will have this loan support this country. Are we, honorable members? I now put a question that the House approves. The motion for a resolution of Parliament to authorize government to borrow up to USD 325 million and receive a grant of SDR 19.5 million, equivalent of USD 25 million from the International Development Association of the World Bank Group to finance the Uganda Climate Smart Agriculture Transformation Project. Those in favor say to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. I instruct the clerk to extract the resolution and transmit to the Minister of Finance and Planning for, I don't need your thank you. Next item.
Item 5, motion for resolution of Parliament to authorize government to borrow up to renminbi yuan 1,050,000,000 from the Export-Import Bank of China to finance the supply, installation, commissioning, and support of the National Data Transmission Backbone Infrastructure, e-Government Infrastructure Project, Phase 5.
Honorable members, as you are aware, government is increasingly embracing the use of ICT, and that's why this loan has been brought. And because of that, we require efficient and effective interconnection between and among government entities, ministries, and departments. And pursuant to Article 159 of the Constitution and Section 36 and Section 39 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 and Rule 1551 of the Rules of Procedure, I invite the Minister of Finance. I invite the Minister to move a motion to authorize government to borrow for the purpose. We have a Minister of ICT. He's standing in for finance.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I move on behalf of the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, a motion to borrow up to 1,050,000,000 RMB, that's the Chinese currency, from the Export-Import Bank of China to finance the supply, installation, commissioning, and support of the National Data Transmission Backbone Infrastructure stroke e-Government Infrastructure Project, Phase 5. I beg to move.
Thank you. Is the motion seconded? Seconded by Musasizi. Is this motion seconded? Seconded by Musasizi. By Honorable Bright, by Attorney General, by local government, by Honorable Bueno, Energy, Government Chief Whip, Magogo, by the whole house. By Honorable Magogo Salongo. Can you speak to your motion?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues. This loan is to secure resources to extend the national backbone infrastructure or the internet fiber, if I can just use the layman's language. Government has been laying the fiber for us to access connectivity and internet, and we have so far covered about 50% of the country. And this loan is to enable us extend this backbone infrastructure to the rest of the country, the remaining districts, or the districts which are not covered will now be extended to in terms of this infrastructure. And in addition, will also be used to do what we call last mile connections, where all district headquarters, health centers, schools, and other forms of government infrastructure will now be linked to the national backbone. The benefit of this is that we are trying to ensure that the country is connected from corner to corner in order to ensure that all of us have access to internet. In addition, through this project, we shall be building data center in order for government to store the data. These days in the area of ICT, we generate a lot of data, so we have to build a government cloud where all this information and data that is generated is stored in order for us to function much better. The previous project which this parliament supported to automate government transactions, because we are committed as a government to ensure that there is a digital transformation, and therefore I beg that the honorable members support this loan so that Uganda can be part of the digital revolution, where the future now is digital, and all the activities that we do in different ministries and disciplines must have ICT as an integral part of what we do in order for us to be much more effective and efficient. So this loan is extremely important in terms of bringing to speed Uganda being part of the digital revolution. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. And,
Madam Speaker, there is something important we normally put on record,
yes.
which the minister left out. But I want to thank him for standing in for me while I was managing other operations, as you know. Madam Speaker, this loan has the following terms. Number one, the loan amount is $150 million, an equivalent of RMB 1,050 million. The loan period is 20 years, including 5 years of grace period, and the annual interest is 2% and has a commitment fee of 0.25% per annum of the undisbursed loan amount. I submit.
Thank you. Honorable members, you've heard it's about interconnectivity of the whole country. And since we've gone digital, we are no longer on analog like those days of Professor Mushamasa. So now we've gone digital. And I now invite Professor Honorable Gwal Noah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. It is true in my early days of education, we are still in analog, but I'm happy to inform this House that I'm a professor who is ICT compliant. I want to support this motion because of the significance. But she invited me.
Honorable members, the chair is not presented. Sorry. Can you summarize your report? It's because those people summarized your report. Summarize your report and we put it to debate.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Colleagues, honorable members of Parliament, I beg to lay the report of the Committee on National Economy on the proposal by government to borrow up to renminbi yuan's 1,050 million from the Export-Import Bank of China to finance the supply, installation, commissioning, and support of the National Data Transmission Backbone Infrastructure, e-government infrastructure project phase 5. I also beg to lay the minutes of the committee while the committee was interacting with the Minister of ICT and Minister of Finance while we were scrutinizing the loan. Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister of ICT and the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development has actually summarized that this country needs to extend its national backbone infrastructure to districts that have not benefited. And particularly this loan, Right Honorable Speaker, is going to lay the backbone to about 62 districts that were not covered in phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and phase 4, and then the UDAP loan. Right Honorable Speaker, this loan is going to cover about 62 districts in our country that have not been covered with the national backbone infrastructure, and then laying the last mile connections as intimated by the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development and the Minister of ICT. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me go straight to the concessionality of this loan. Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister already indicated the loan amount, the nominal value of the loan, and the present value of the loan. The present value of the loan amount of the loan is lower than the nominal value of the loan. This implies that, Right Honorable, the payment of the total future payment of the loan is cheaper than the proposed amount to be borrowed if it is discounted at 5%, Right Honorable. This implies that the loan is semi-concessional in nature, since the grant element is lower than the concessional element of 35% in the public debt management framework. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm going straight to the recommendations, to the observations and recommendations of the committee. Observation number 7.1, it's in page number 16, honorable members. 7.1, the loan agreement and the contracts. The committee observed that the National Information Technology Authority, Uganda, NITAU, the end user, and the Chinese International Telecommunication Construction Corporation, the Chinese supplier, entered into a contract on the 22nd of April 2022 for the contract to supply, install, commission, and support of the National Data Transmission Backbone Infrastructure, or e-government infrastructure project phase 5, referred to as the commercial contract number NITAU stroke supply SU supplies stroke 21 22 stroke 001 for the purposes of implementation of the project as defined in Article 1 of the loan agreement. The committee also observed that the draft loan agreement provides that the entire proceeds of the facility shall be applied by the borrower for the sole purpose of approximately 100% of the commercial contract amount, and not be used for payment of brokerage fees, agency fees, or commission. The committee observed that the draft loan agreement does not provide for payment of the brokerage fee, agency fees, or commissions. The committee observed that true copies of the main subcontract of construction, design, and procurement, which have been duly signed by the Chinese supplier and are acceptable to the lender, are also obligatory before the first disbursement. The committee recommends that government should not only pay or budget for the payment of brokerage fees, agency fees, or commission in relation to this financing and project. In relation to this financing, government should not at any moment pay or budget for the payment of brokerage fees, agency fees, or commissions in relation to this financing. The main subcontracts of construction, design, and procurement should be subject to competitive bidding, and the Attorney General reviews and approves the commercial contracts, resettlement mechanism agreement, the main subcontract of construction, design, and the procurement prior to their finalization and enforcement. Right Honorable, This is in line with the financing agreement. In the financing agreement, it did not cater for the brokerage fees, the agency fees, and the commissions. So therefore, the committee recommends that government should not make at any moment, should not budget or pay any of those. 7.2, the project goods, technologies, and services. The committee observed that the goods, technologies, and services purchased by using the proceeds of the facility should be purchased from China preferentially. The committee noted that the loan agreement does not provide for observance of the quality standards. There is need to provide for the specifications of the goods, services, and technologies that shall be used in the project execution. The committee recommends that prior to the supply of the project goods, technologies, and services, specifications and clearance should be thought from NITA-U as the end user. 7.3, commitment fees. The committee observed that the commitment fees worth 0.2% per annum on the undisbursed loan balance. The commitment fees shall accrue from and including the date falling 30 days after the date on which the loan agreement becomes effective. In addition, the commitment fees shall accrue on the daily basis and be paid in arrears to an account designated in Article 4.4 of the draft loan agreement. Given the existence of the commercial supplier, the committee noted that there is a possibility that some delays in loan disbursement and an increased accrual of commitment fees could be attributed to by the Chinese commercial supplier. Good faith consideration should be accorded to government of Uganda as it pays commitment fees. The committee recommends that the commitment rate and provisions in the draft loan be renegotiated to provide for the potential delays occasioned by the Chinese commercial supplier. 7.4, observation 7.4, protected assets. The committee observed that the loan agreement lists protected assets, which mean assets which are used by the diplomatic or consular mission of the Republic of Uganda, property of military character or for military purpose, property that is regarded as part of the cultural heritage of Uganda, any other asset of the Republic of Uganda to the extent that the government is prohibited explicitly by the laws of the Republic of Uganda, applicable and in effect on the signing date of the agreement from waiving such immunity. The committee observed the protected assets shielded from waiving of sovereign immunity are listed as above, and the list can only be widened by the law coming in force before the signing date of the agreement. The committee recommends that a definition for laws of Uganda be provided for the loan agreement to mean the laws of Uganda, and all orders, rules, regulations, and decrees thereunder, judgments and notifications made pursuant thereto, as such laws, orders, rules, regulations, decrees, judgments, and notifications may be modified, vacated, or amended from time to time. Government should provide a legislation that adequately provides for protected assets over which sovereign immunity cannot be waived. 7.5, access and affordable use of internet. The government of Uganda through NITA-U has been implementing projects with an objective of increasing internet coverage in the country. According to the National Information Technology Survey Report 2022, there has been a significant progress. Significant progress has been achieved in terms of the overall penetration and utilization of the IT services. The survey also indicates that unequal access to and use of such service across the country remains a major challenge, with especially rural, urban, gender, and income-based divides that relates to affordability of the service remains a challenge. The committee noted that although there has been relative investment in this sector, access to internet remains inadequate and highly priced for by government and the individual users. The committee was informed that the cost of internet had reduced from $97 per month per megabyte per second in 2016 to $70 per month in 2018. The Digital Access Project, UDAP, which Parliament approved in 2022, was envisaged to bring the cost of internet to at least $35 per month per megabyte per second. However, this loan has not been disbursed and is currently under the procurement stage. The committee further noted that the utilization of the national backbone infrastructure remains at less than 30% of its full capacity, and this is attributed to the high cost of that limits the number of users. In addition, the committee noted that government introduced ICT as a subject in all educational learning institutes, and accordingly to the schools have since been supplied with the computers to aid the learners get practical lessons. However, some schools have failed to effectively utilize computers due to inadequate internet connectivity. Further, majority of local governments are not connected with internet, despite government policy to digitize most of the services, the e-services. The committee was informed that some of the district local governments which are not connected with internet are those that came in place after the implementation of phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3 of the national backbone infrastructure. The committee was informed that the implementation of the proposed national data transmission backbone infrastructure project phase 5 will bring down the cost of internet to $20 per month per megabyte per second, since it is going to address the last mile connection challenges which have been hindering the use of internet. The committee recommends as follows: the National Information Technology Uganda should fast track extension of the internet services to the last served local governments and schools so as to enable the local governments transact business as well as bolstering effective learning of ICT lessons by learners in schools. This will increase effective utilization rate of the national backbone infrastructure, thus bringing the cost down. NITA-U, in trying to enhance digital inclusion, should ensure that all MDAs that get connected to internet services duly comply with the national IT standards. This requires continuous security awareness about the dangers and the risks of internet usage. NITA-U should enhance interventions that will increase awareness and skills among the population. This will increase the number of people using internet, thus easing the cost of doing business. 7.6, the need for linkages with other agencies. The committee notes that while NITA-U has widened internet connectivity, its utilization has been hindered by limited power supply in the country, which is the major factor in accessing internet services. The committee further notes that without access to power, the backbone infrastructure will remain unutilized, thus not serving the purpose. The committee recommends that the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development should scale up extension of power across the country in order to enhance utilization of internet in Uganda. In conclusion, in light of the observations above, the committee recommends that the proposal by government to borrow up to remaining yuan 1,050 million from the Export-Import Bank of China to finance the supply, installation, commissioning, and support of the national data transmission backbone infrastructure, e-government infrastructure phase 5, be approved subject to the recommendations therein. I beg to move.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Analog.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The speed I have to debate this motion and report can be explained by the significance of ICT in our development process. Madam Speaker, but I have other two major reasons why I support the motion and the report of the committee. The first one is related to the income side of our budget. We all know the income side many times is very problematic. So when there is an opportunity to increase the income side or realize our projection, I should be counted. And therefore, I very strongly support to have this loan because it will help us to boost our income side of the budget and realize our proposals in service delivery.
Thank you.
The second reason is related to education. The chairperson mentioned about teaching ICT in schools, but I dare say ICT has not received the necessary necessary attention it deserves. I would like to see ICT as a subject in primary schools or ICT as a course in higher education as a foundation course, which is cross-cutting. And that will compare us even to increase more infrastructure because wherever you are, ICT is very critical. And with those two reasons, I support the report and the motion to borrow this money. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Court.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, I join colleagues in thanking the committee for processing the loan. Madam Speaker, I used to sit on the Committee of Local Government and Public Service. And each time we go for oversight in the districts, we hardly find the chief administrative officers. Reason being that they are always traveling to the next district which is connected for them to transmit their reports. In my district of Omoro, 4 days in a week, you find that all the heads of departments are in Gulu City because that's the only place they could access connection for them to transact their reports to the ministries. So with this loan coming into place and ensuring that all the districts are connected and the last mile connection to the district headquarters and other institutions, this will be a plus and to ensure that no one is left behind. So I support the motion.
Thank you, Dr. Batua.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. When I heard of us borrowing money to improve ICT distribution in this country, and relating to the statement you earlier made of human resource.
There's a procedural matter.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, there is an impression that was made here for the first loan for the backbone, where the $100 million, it was communicated to this House that all districts will be covered at that time. Right Honorable Speaker, there is a continuous loans for the backbone. An impression has been given to this House that we are covering the last district. Right Honorable Speaker, would it be procedurally correct that the minister today supplies this House with the list of the different phases, which districts was covered in phase 1, which districts were covered in phase 2, so that the honorable members do not just get excited about a communication made by the minister here. Then we process a loan knowing that, you know, Kasanda is part of the district that will be covered, and every member goes back knowing that my district was.
There's information.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, there is a full report. I'm a member of the committee. We looked at all the performance for the other projects. I want to invite the member to look at the report. Which loan covered which phase? It is fully in that report. I submit.
For the information.
Thank you for the information.
That is the objectivity of Dr. Bed.
Thank you very much.
Further information from Smagola.
Madam Speaker, Macho from Busia, who is a cross-border trader, has information that the challenge, like what my very good brother, Honorable Samba, is submitting, is that we have some members of parliament who don't sit and concentrate. If Honorable Samba was here throughout, he would have not brought that matter. Because what Honorable Abed is submitting is truly all this is documented. Madam Speaker, I need your protection from Honorable. You are who? From where? Because I'm talking, she's really disrupting me. And Madam Speaker, there is a saying that leaders look like voters look like their leaders. I don't know whether your voters look like you. But Madam Speaker, to go on the point, Honorable Samba has just come in. He has not concentrated. So he did not follow the submission on the spot. That's why
honorable members, first finish on your procedure. Honorable Guang is also coming.
Thank you
on
very
the
much.
same
Thank
information.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Guang is also giving information.
Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Guang,
I want
the
to think.
information. Honorable Guang.
I want to think, Right Honorable Speaker.
I have given Ogwang to give you information because he was a minister of ICT.
Madam Speaker, first of all, let me begin by thanking my brother, Honorable Shabi, because at the time I was in ICT, he was a member of the committee of ICT. I do not know today why he is. However, Honorable Shabi, you know that the issue of this UDAB loan, honorable colleagues, we must accept that internet is a human right as of now, whether you want it or you don't want it. The world is moving very fast that we cannot be hiding ourselves to stop moving with the changing world. At that time when I was in ICT, and I want to confirm, this loan talks about the last mile connection. When I talk about the last mile connection, it goes to emphasize which is the last mile. In my considered opinion, I am now in the sector of education. I am interested, this loan is meant to connect for me government-aided secondary schools with connectivity of internet. Number 2, I am talking about hospitals. Number 3, I'm talking about sub-counties. Number 4, and when I talk about this, it means the entire country is meant to be covered with the connectivity of internet. So I want to call upon you, honorable colleagues, for purpose of such a project, it's important that we support it without us going through saying, it is having issue here. Is it which district? But the last one, even within the PDM, I think when we talk about one of the pillars, we must talk about this loan. So, Madam Speaker, I want to say, Honorable Minister, this loan is long awaited because I've now taken 3 years out of ICT, IT. So I want to call upon us to approve this loan. I thank.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, please allow me. People like Macho who never read anything have come here to inform me who reads.
Members,
I never gave an order when you
avoid your ping pong.
Yeah. Right,
Your
Honorable
ping pong.
Speaker, I was categorical when I said whatever I said.
Sit.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I said an impression is created here every time we process a loan that all districts are going to be covered. And you go and look at the answer. When we processed the $100 million, when it was processed then. And I'm just requesting for simple information. And that information the minister has, it is not included in the report.
It is
what I'm asking for. So if Macho was a reader, he would have known that I know what I'm talking about. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Patrick, thank you. And that information, the clarification was actually made by Dr. Bed Bwanika. However, it does not stop the minister from giving us more clarification and more information. Dr. Batra, you wait and you sit.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Shabe, for raising this issue. We have considered one loan under the Ministry of ICT in the current parliament, the one called the UDAP, Uganda Digital Acceleration Project. And the components under that, the biggest part of that project handles e-government services, where we are going to automate government transactions. It has a small component on digital infrastructure because it has a grant of 60 million shillings, a World Bank funded project. And that is going to focus in refugee areas. Now, this one, and then the other digital infrastructure will be masts and computers. So the small component on what we would call NBI is the refugee areas. But this one, which we are considering now, is the one handling the national backbone infrastructure. So it's so true that just hold on. It's so true that we can come and confuse the parliament. So this one, you know, the NBI, we get it from the Indian Ocean, from Mauritius through the Indian Ocean, through Kenya, because we are a land-linked country, and then in Uganda, we connect. The chairperson said we have so far covered 62 districts with NBI. And the previous phases were small monies. Now this one is $150 million, which will help us cover the remaining districts with this infrastructure. So I just wanted to clarify, and I want to thank Honorable Ganika and the other honorables for that information. With the legal speaker. So I hope this clarifies and settles Honorable Chavez.
Thank you very much,
Minister. Sit down.
Yes. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. When, as the Shadow Minister of Health, and acknowledging the issues and problems we have in health, much more the one you just spoke of, the HR, human resource shortage, I'm supporting this motion from the mind of telemedicine. Telemedicine is a technology that would enable us have a doctor, a specialist in Kampala, being able to treat somebody in Kabale, in Kinkizi. Notably, while I was in Kinkizi doing oversight, I found a newly constructed hospital in Dr. Bariomus's constituency, Arnett Center 3, state of art with very good furniture, but it didn't have a midwife, yet it had all equipments to run that function. So in telemedicine, we have hope of covering some of the gaps. We have hope of buying diagnostic equipments, radiological equipments, installing them in various facilities be it small or what, but having them being read maybe in Kampala or at regional referral hospitals because of the backbone technology that we are coming up with. But the assurance we need is that the backbone technology is to whether the backbone technology that we are going to acquire through a loan will be able to support that kind of technology. Because now this gives me the basis of coming up with the emotion to convince government to start thinking in the line of telemedicine, since you're now covering all other districts that have not been previously covered. So in
Thank you.
I support you.
Thank you, Honorable Goli.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I stand to support this motion mainly because of a report on competitiveness, which we called the Sendaula report sometimes back, which revealed that because of uncompetitiveness situations within government, the inefficiency, the government actually loses about 4% of the GDP. So with supporting this, we should improve the efficiency and offload that wastage to other areas to support the development. The second issue is, I would want to request, because ICT, I think the best beneficiary currently for ICT should be the youth. And I would request that as we work on this, we see how to establish some, what I would call youth ICT bars, at least at district level, so that youth can benefit from this process. Lastly, this is a great element which requires an institutional framework to support this. I only hope NITA-U, which we think is going to do this, is not going to be restructured. Thank you.
Honorable members, you see, it is an agreed position that we need connectivity. And there's no doubt that I'm not giving anybody else. I know you're begging, Goretti, but let me hear from leader of opposition. Let me first hear from opposition. And then I will have the Minister of ICT.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
And you put your leader of opposition on proceedings. Which role?
Madam Speaker, the procedure matter I'm raising is that we've passed a number of loans here, but I would wish to know when this loan will perform. Because after passing these loans, they take years without being implemented. Second, the Minister of ICT is here.
Leave alone being implemented without being approved.
Parliament is approving now, Madam Speaker.
No, the due process with Attorney General, with the finance, it takes over a year.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Then, the other procedure matter I'm raising, the Minister of ICT is here. You are improving infrastructure and you close the Facebook. You yourself, you are using VPN to access Facebook. Inform this house. And you have been peeping through your phone, you know that very well, through Madam Speaker. So should we know if you are improving infrastructure, when are you opening Facebook? Lastly, Madam Speaker, the issue of providing schools with
and Honorable Gwang said it is a human right.
Whether it's a human right, but in the face of the law, it is null and void and it's irregular. But even if you procure many computers without feeding them with data, they will not perform. Let us not mislead this house that secondary schools in Uganda all have computers. That's out. So confirm to this parliament, Madam Speaker, the ministers are here, whether secondary schools and primary schools in Uganda are furnished with the computers. But
they are going to be furnished. When you approve the loan, they are going to be furnished. Honorable members, in the public gallery this afternoon, we have members of the Uganda Catholic Lawyers Association, led by the Vice Chairperson, Ms. Kelea Amanya. Please stand up. You're most welcome. Join me in welcoming them. They are here to witness the proceedings. Thank you for coming. Please, Lord.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The Honorable Joseph Saungo has handled well one of the issues I wanted to handle with the Minister, securing backbone infrastructure on broad funds and then blocking social media where lots of young people were doing business. This government is not able to employ. Honorable Speaker, I challenge the Minister of Finance to every year publish the number of jobs created by every entity so that we can understand that the government is growing or actually declining. Because in this government, they froze the opening up of employment opportunities in all agencies, but the economy is going to grow. So which economy grows and is not able to create jobs? So we want you to publish the number of jobs you have created by the end of the financial year, so that we can confirm that actually you are serious. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, it took your generous intervention last year to calm down the Honorable Dr. Chris Bariomunsi, who wanted to rationalize NITA EU in a minute. It took a high-powered freezer to cool him down, not rationalize NITA EU last year. May we get commitment from him that this entity is going to incubate these projects, that this entity is not going to be restructured soon, then we get into problems of structure and then implementation, because we're not here to gamble. We must plan sustainably.
Love, maybe in your absence while you are away from the house, there was a list of institutions for rationalization. There was actually a bill brought on the floor, which this house rejected. And in that bill, NITA EU was included. So for you to ask for a commitment from the minister, you are really very correct.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And you say very soon they'll return, I'm very sure. And this house should be alive to the machinations of the executive. And the minister must commit.
You're still in this house.
Yeah, that this project is going to be incubated by this agency, because I know the structure of NITA EU is well aligned to receive and incubate. Not throughout this project, then the next year we get excuses of how it failed because of the structuring. So that commitment must precede approval, right, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Minister. It's okay. The economy is growing.
Honorable Speaker and colleagues, my dear friend, Honorable Mpuga, who I love very much indeed, he has raised an issue which makes me at times sleepless nights, because Uganda, we are very prolific. We produce quite a number of children, and we educate these children, and we have to look for a job for them. The statisticians have informed me that currently we offload about 600,000 to 700,000 youth on the labor market, but the jobs that at the moment the way the economy is moving, we form or we provide about between 400,000 to 500,000 jobs. 4 to 5, please. I will 100, sorry, 100.
4,000.
Emitwalo.
4,000.
Not 4,000, 400,000. 400,000. Come on. It's a slip of tongue. So that balance. Civil servants are employees. No, I'm talking about the younger ones who are graduating from various institutions of learning who come to the labor market. So this does not mean that the economy is not producing jobs. Yes, does not mean it is not producing. It is producing jobs. You go to the rural areas and see. You go. Okay, I will take your information.
No, it doesn't. No.
Okay. No, the speaker has refused. Sit down. So, colleagues, I want you to assure you that we are moving well, but we are not moving as far as we should go. And that's why everybody, really, I appeal to you now as a nationalist. That's why we must make sure, first of all, we have a very secure country. Yes, please. We must really promote industrialization. We must help our people to produce, not to produce children, to produce, to be productive so that we can wait. In fact, we are thinking that in the near future. No, I don't want clarification. No, I don't want clarification.
Honorable Minister, Honorable Minister,
yes,
I think that is very good information that we all need to work hard for us to have our young people employed. I think we need a session to discuss on how best we can employ so many young people there, especially with industrialization.
Most obliged.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I am prepared to come back here.
Okay. Honorable Minister, now that we are giving money to NITAU, and last time we gave money to NITAU, we want your commitment that you're not going to rationalize NITAU, because that is one of the conditions attached to these loans. Where is your colleague is going to assist? Okay.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, and I want to thank the
honorable members. I want to just remind you, the power is in your hands. You are the ones who gave who created these entities, and it should be you to approve whether they should go or not.
So thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, and I thank the honorable colleagues for the support. Just to respond to a few issues which have been raised, we have taken note of the pieces of advice and concerns, like my brother here, telemedicine and others, and we shall make sure that they are incorporated in these programs. Just on the jobs to add, that as a ministry, we've been promoting what we call business process outsourcing, BPOs, part of which is to get employment opportunities, especially for our young people outside the country, which they can do when they are physically in the country. And so far, we have about 12,000 Ugandans who do jobs through that BPO arrangement. But one of the bottlenecks is that the internet cost is still high because you need cheap and accessible internet. So part of the solution is to that is this project, that once we extend the backbone to the rest of the country, then the uptake and penetration will be higher. Once you have many users accessing internet, then the cost will come down. And that will help us also to be able to increase on the jobs through the BPOs. We have signed Just hold on, then I allow you with the leave of the speaker. We have signed some contracts with companies in Romania. Recently, I was in the Philippines where we negotiated to have some health workers get the BPO jobs. But one of the challenges, like I've said, is the cost of internet. So through this project, we expect the cost to get down, and then it will also help in creating jobs. And to clarify that through this NBI, the previous phases, the cost of the government provided internet now is at $35 per megabyte per second per month. And the average for the national average when you put in the private sector is 45. So the government one is lower, but we continue to lower it. And once this project plus UDAP are done, the internet should be much more free, rather much more affordable by Ugandans, and it will help us on job creation. Number two, rationalization. Right, Honorable Speaker, like you have guided and clarified, the government brought here a bill a few weeks ago, an omnibus bill with the proposals coming from cabinet on the decisions which government has taken to rationalize different agencies. Parliament, with your guidance, told us to come to bring bill by bill, agency by agency, rather than omnibus. Now, NITAU is one of the agencies which is proposed by cabinet to be rationalized, in a sense that the functions of NITAU are to be migrated into the ministry, but without losing them. But NITAU is a creature of this house through the NITAU Act of 2009. So to do that, it would require Parliament to either amend or act on the law. So we shall be back, and like we have said, the decision shall be ours, whether to rationalize or not. So LOP, you should not be bothered. It will come here, and we shall free debate and take a decision, right, Honorable Speaker. So we should not be worried at all. Computers in schools, I think the challenge has been the budget. We've been providing computers, but we have not covered all the schools. Yes, that's true. And in our constituencies, we have schools. We know there are some with computers, others without. But we want to commit that as resources become available, our target is to cover all schools so that our learners, our children, can actually access computer and IT services. Lastly, Madam Speaker, Facebook is a communication platform, and I want to clarify that I am not on Facebook because the government closed it. No, I am not even on VPN. Right, Honorable Speaker, there was a conflict which developed between the government and Facebook, and the government took a decision to close it. There have been negotiations and discussions between the government and Facebook as an organization led by UCC, the Uganda Communications Commission. And I think the last time I checked, they had resolved most of the issues. There were like 3 outstanding issues. I could cross-check and then brief Parliament on how far we've gone.
Let's do that.
Yes, so I will come back.
Feedback.
Lastly, I want to thank the committee, the chairperson and members of the committee for a job well done, and the honorable members. The assurance I want to give members, if the speaker allows,
First finish, Minister.
Yes. Right, Honorable Speaker, we shall work closely with the members of Parliament and would want all of us to get involved in overseeing the implementation so that our districts, especially those which are not yet covered, the construction of an extension of the network of the fiber reaches our districts, and our various institutions like health centers, schools, actually receive the last mile connections. And we shall be updating Parliament.
Honorable Minister, even when you're giving computers to different schools, districts, or whichever, the MPs of the area need to be informed. They must own the project.
Yes, You are right, Honorable Speaker. We give these computers and other services through our agencies, UCC and NITAU. I have already given an instruction because sometimes also they give computers without me knowing where they are going. I have already given an instruction that before we give computers or construct masts and others, we must liaise with the leaders, particularly members of parliament. Like under the UDAP, we have a provision to construct up to 200 masts, and I've been receiving requests from members. You have many areas where the network is poor. So I will be writing to you to submit areas which have poor network, and we liaise with the agencies to ensure that we work together. That I pledge, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Yes.
Madam Speaker, the question I wanted to get from the minister, when you go to Arab states, they close windows where there is pornography and the immorality conduct on the internet. Are we reaching that level? How are you going to handle that? When you go to most of our schools, Madam Speaker, yes, we have given internet. You will see younger children, they are more interested in looking at pornography because the windows are open. So as a country, and you as Minister of ICT, are you giving attention to this? Because it's a big problem and must be given the utmost attention. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The issue of
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Definitely your concern, we share it because we are parents, we live here, and there is the abuse of internet and communication platforms where our children access pornographic material. We've been trying to build the capacity, especially through UCC, to get equipment, and I can say we now have reasonable capacity. For instance, if you post an offensive material on WhatsApp or social media, we can trace to the originator of that material. But we are also having discussions. In answer to your question, we are having discussions because we have been operating a liberal and free environment, but I think it is increasingly becoming necessary for us to see what we can censor, like pornographic material be accessed by our young people. So it's an issue which we are handling, and we share your concern.
Thank you so much, honorable members. I now put a question that this House approves a motion for a resolution of Parliament to authorize government to borrow up to RMB 1,050 million from the Export-Import Bank of China to finance the supply, installation, commissioning, and support of the national data transmission backbone infrastructure. That is the e-government infrastructure project phase 5. Those in favor send the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Clerk, can you extract the resolution and forward it to Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development? Timeline of extraction?
Supporting on that matter, when this loan will be effective.
No, my clerk is very efficient. Tomorrow we'll give the resolution.
The other side.
And then the rest will be done by by executive. I will not do work of executive.
Right Honorable Speaker, the financing terms are much better than safe compared to World Bank. The World Bank loans, there are a lot of procedures and steps, but this one, the China Exim Bank, is faster. So from now on, the Attorney General and Minister of Finance will do the paperwork, and early next year, maybe January, February, we should be on the ground with implementation, yes. This one doesn't have a lot of lengthy procedures like the World Bank procured loans. So January, February next year, we should be on the ground implementing, and we shall keep you
we have His Lordship, Right Reverend Lawrence Mukasa, the Bishop of Luero Diocese. You're most welcome, and thank you so much for coming. He's accompanied by Monsignor Francis Xavier, that's the Vicar General. Most welcome. We have the Right Reverend Father Kasigwa. Most welcome. The Chancellor, Reverend Father Joseph Michael Miro. You're welcome. That's the Bishop's Secretary. Then the Reverend Sister Sylvia. You're most welcome, Sister. Then you have Reverend Sister Gertrude Nalubega. Most welcome. Then you have our own Reverend Father Ponciano Kawesa. You're most welcome. That is the Parliament Catholic Chaplain. They are here represented by Honorable Sekitoreko Robert from Honorable Hassan Kirumira. Where is Haj? Honorable Hassan Chirumira, Honorable Sekabira Robert, Dennis, Honorable Nabukenya Brenda, and Honorable Lutamaguzi Semakula. Honorable Mayanja Alan, Honorable Najuma Sarah, Honorable Enoch Nyongere, Honorable Mutebi Noah, Reverend Bishop, they are not in the house here because they are organizing for the mass down. So you have very good members. They're only out there organizing. Then you have Bernard. And then you have Zawede Victoria. You're most welcome to Parliament of Uganda. And while here, feel at home. And we want to welcome you for the whole mass. The members will be joining you. But for now, let's first suspend the house for 10 minutes. We come back and then we'll be going for prayers. The Deputy Speaker will be joining you for prayers. I want to thank you so much. House suspended for 10 minutes.
You are actually replying very well. Yes, I know. Yeah, at least that was the first one I know them. Yeah. And I got the point. The obvious answer.
Honorable members, welcome back from the break. Can we go to the next item?
Item 6, motion for resolution of Parliament to approve supplementary expenditure schedule number 1. Yes. Okay. Motion for a resolution of Parliament to authorize government to borrow Uganda shillings 3.5 trillion.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move a motion to authorize government to borrow Uganda shillings 3.5 trillion from the domestic market to finance various activities in the budget for financial year 2023-2024. I beg to move.
Is the motion seconded? Seconded by Ogwang, Okasai, Paul, Professor Afande, Akamba, Yusuf, even Imacho, Lira, Moding, Linda, photo, Avuru, by Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, ICT, by the majority of the House. Can you speak why you want to borrow?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, why we are seeking to borrow up to this amount is to enable us meet various expenditure shortfalls in the budget for financial year 2023-2024, as I will be moving later in the supplementary schedule number 1. I submit.
Thank you, and that is according to Rule 1532 of the Rules of Procedure of this House. I now put a question that the House approves a request by government to borrow 3.5 trillion to finance a supplementary expenditure 1 for financial year 2023-2024.
Procedure.
Those in favor say I'm the contrary nay.
Procedure.
The ayes have it.
Item 6, motion for resolution of Parliament to approve supplementary expenditure schedule number 1 for the financial year 2023-2024.
Honorable members, as you may recall, on 30th November 2023, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development tabled the supplementary expenditure schedule number 1 for financial year 2023-2024. The schedule was referred to the Budget Committee. I am reliably informed the report is ready and we have a minority report to that effect. However, I note that the Minister has already moved the motion to borrow what is supposed to spend on as per the law. Now, the Minister now should move a motion on that. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. You know, we never stop learning. And if I heard well, the first motion, which was a request to borrow, that this House has approved, my thinking and experience here was that we either would have a report of the Committee of National Economy for that borrowing, or actually the Right Honorable Speaker would send that borrowing to the committee for assessment. Otherwise, I need to understand the nature of borrowing and the condition there too that we have approved, Right Honorable Speaker. Would it be proper that we understand that with clarity so that this House can understand how they are committing the taxpayer without report? Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Lob, the letter which was laid on table on the 30th had an explanation for the 3.5. You can hear from the minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move a motion for a resolution of Parliament to approve.
No, he wants to explanation for the 3.5. Give him time, give him time.
Madam Speaker, pursuant to Rule 153 of our Rules of Procedure, I am required to provide the sources of financing for the supplementary. And Madam Speaker, when I laid the supplementary Schedule 1 for financial year 2022-2023, one of the prayers I made was that Parliament authorizes us to borrow up to 3.5 trillion to finance various items under supplementary expenditure Schedule 1. And consistent with that,
Right Honorable Speaker, I know this motion is preempting a position in a minority report. Having read it, then the minister has moved swiftly to preempt a disastrous situation. But be that may, Right Honorable Speaker, this may have, I'm keen to use the right words, this may have a little bit of embarrassing elements to this Parliament, if approved. If you go ahead, one, the 3.5, the 3.
It's a procedure matter.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm raising on a point of procedure. We have already passed a motion. Are we proceeding very well to go into debate on a matter we have already resolved through a vote?
The embarrassment we are talking about is just in anticipation. We don't know what is coming up. So you can't debate in anticipation. So when you start saying we are looking for an embarrassment, unless you're saying you yourself is embarrassed, but not we as a House.
Right Honorable Speaker, I think facts speak for themselves. The 3.5 trillion we have approved includes money that money they are going to borrow, includes money that is already available. He moved for a borrowing of 3.5 trillion.
Honorable,
includes money that is already available by NTR, and the minister is full aware when we are in a committee that those figures we are
Honorable, can we hear a report from the minority, and then hear also the other report, and then we debate, because now you're talking about what is in the supplementary.
No, I'm speaking for the borrowed money, the 3.5, which you want to borrow to finance a supplementary. It includes money that is already available. That's not going to be borrowed.
And you've talked about NTR. That is anticipated amount that you expect to get in the circumstance that you don't get that money.
Right Honorable
It's a projection.
Right Honorable Speaker, including money already that is being reverted, is in the borrowed sums of money. That's why Right Honorable Speaker. Yes, that is being reverted is in the 3.5. So Right Honorable Speaker, I don't think the minister has acted in utmost good faith in moving this motion and smuggling it this way.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you, Right Honorable. The information I would like to give is when you talk about revoting, that's money which had been budgeted to be expended in the previous financial year. So if it was not spent and there are pressures which swallowed the money, in this new year you revote, but revoting does not lead to having the money. So you have to look for the money of what you are revoting. Only the expenditure was already justified earlier. I beg to...
That is also an erroneous explanation by the chair of the committee. Money that is returned to consolidated fund, okay, and then you dealt with unspent balances. Money that is returned to the consolidated fund is money variable, and you revote it in a supplementary.
It is not automatic that you revote it for that particular item.
Yes, but that money is variable. You can't go ahead to borrow it. You can't go ahead to borrow that sum of money that was returned in the consolidated
Why don't you listen
fund.
to your chair first?
Is not being true, right?
No, he's an accountant for you, a historian.
Very truthful.
Yes.
I think my colleague cannot tell us the cash flow balance of the consolidated fund as he speaks now. He doesn't have it, but you have to understand the budget, the way it operates. The release, when they talk of a release, it's not a physical cash. Let's understand that point. Then also you have to understand that there are negatives which occur at Bank of Uganda. So when the returns come, they offset the negatives at Bank of Uganda. So
actually, that's why.
Can you therefore tell us the cash balance of the consolidated?
That's why we
close
needed.
of the year?
That's why we needed that report of the cash balances, of the balances at the end of the financial year. We should be able to discuss that report.
Right, Honorable Speaker. No amount of explanation can run away a rational, simple fact that money that was unspent is returned to the consolidated fund. And what's that money is returned to the consolidated fund. For you to be able to spend it in this year, you revote that money in a supplementary. So that money, wait a minute, that money is a variable. For you to come up with a sum and say you are going to borrow in a loan to finance a supplementary, including money that you have in a consolidated fund, is broad day bordering on robbery.
Let me hear from Max first.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. May I take this opportunity to provide information to my honorable colleague, Honorable Kivumbi, that when the financial year comes to a close on the 30th of June each year, the monies that are not spent are actually swept back into the consolidated fund, and they cease to be available because the government position at that point in time cuts across all the resources available, be it sourced externally or even domestically. So there's nothing like money available, which was actually not spent last financial year in this financial year.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, he's making a clarification from a formed position of an accountant, a certified accountant. Yes, Omara.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I think what my colleague is trying to advance is the passionate debate that we had during the budget committee discussions. And that has already been taken over by Vince. The committee has come up with a majority report, and he has a minority report. What is now necessary is for us to allow the chair of the budget committee to make a presentation. And what he is advancing is part of his minority report. Then the full house can listen to both parties, and then we move forward. Otherwise, we are actually having an extension of a budget committee debate, which we have already moved beyond.
Honorable members. Let's move systematically. Yes, oh, you want to say something?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I read when it came here. Somewhere I saw this money is going to go to finance the education of our children. I would propose that we propose or put a motion here that we close debate on this matter and then we proceed to hear from the chairman.
Can we hear a motion from the minister?
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move a motion for a resolution of Parliament to approve supplementary expenditure schedule number 1 for financial year 2023-2024. I beg to move.
Is the motion seconded? Seconded by the Minister of Finance, Minister ICT, Prime Minister, Attorney General, local government, education, energy, tourism, and General Mohosi, Ababiku, by the whole house. Independent Silo and Sumagola and Ebwalo. Thank you. Would you want to justify why you're getting a supplementary?
Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, you will recall that Parliament approved a total budget of Uganda shillings 52.736 trillion for financial year 2023-2024, disaggregated as follows: 31.263 trillion appropriated budget by Parliament and 21.473 trillion as statutory expenditure. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, Section 25 of the Public Finance Management Act states that a total supplementary expenditure that require additional resources over and above what is approved by Parliament shall not exceed 3% of the total approved budget for that financial year without approval of Parliament. 2, where funds are expended under subsection 1, supplementary estimates showing the sums spent shall be laid before Parliament within 4 months after the money is spent. Madam Speaker, in line with the above section of the law, I laid before Parliament supplementary expenditure under Schedule 1 for financial year 2023-24, amounting to Uganda shillings 3.5 trillion as follows. Part 1, which is within 3% legal limit, 1.574 trillion, and Part 2 for prior approval of Parliament, amounting to 1.926 trillion. Madam Speaker, the drivers of this supplementary and statutory expenditure are as follows. Number 1, payment for domestic obligations to Bank of Uganda, 2 trillion. As at June 2023, Madam Speaker, government owed the central bank Uganda shillings 4.8 trillion, which had accumulated from financial year 2019-20. Honorable colleagues, you recall that in order to support the recovery of the economy from the slowdown brought about by COVID-19, government expenditure was expansionary in order to provide a fiscal stimulus to various sectors of the economy. However, government was not able to fully fund its expenditures. Accordingly, Bank of Uganda met government obligations on domestic debt redemptions. Now the economy is recovering, and given the prevailing macroeconomic conditions, it is important that the government pays off its obligation to the central bank. Number 2, refund to World Bank funded projects on Uganda intergovernmental fiscal transfers and Uganda support to municipal infrastructure development USMAID. During financial year 2022-2023, Parliament approved revoting, and I want Honorable Chivumba, I invite him to listen to this. Parliament approved revoting of unspent balances for UGIFT and USMAID. However, some votes were not able to absorb the funds by end of financial year 2022-23, and the appropriation expired. There is need to revote this expenditure and provide corresponding funding for it, given our commitment to these programs, which supports the critical expenditures of schools and health centers and our joint agreements with the World Bank. Number 3, Madam Speaker, critical government policy commitments that cannot be postponed, such as the national census, the mass enrollment and renewal of national IDs, and the government's commitments to support research and development under science and innovations. Number 4, other statutory obligations, such as payment of International Court of Justice Award to the Democratic Republic of Congo, payment of debt incurred to purchase shares in ROCO, and payment of interest on debt acquired to finance supplementaries in financial year 2022-2023. Number 5, we have omissions and errors made both during the budgeting process and during the appropriation process for financial year 2023-24, where some existing government obligations were not provided funding and where changes were made from the recurrent budget category instead of development budget, which significantly affected the budget available to implement activities that must be charged from the recurrent budget category. Number 6, we have expenditure on peace and security, ensuring government is able to fulfill its international commitments, as well as supporting the economy, fostering economic recovery, including the development of transportation infrastructure and the generation and the distribution of electricity. Madam Speaker, I beg to move with this justification. Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that we have been in the committee of budget and the committee is ready to enhance my justification with a detailed report. I beg to move.
Thank you so
Honorable
much.
Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. And as I said, pursuant to Rule 153.5, the committee will now present. And as I said before, there are 2 reports. There is a major report and then there is a minority report. And we'll hear from both reports. And remember, both reports are informative. Honorable Minister Lop wants you to clarify something.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. The Honourable Minister of Finance has ably enumerated the source of his authority to lay supplementary as Section 25 of the PFMA. In the presence of the Land Attorney General, I have been equally reading Article 152.2 of the Constitution, which speaks to the fact that the supplementary must be a portion of the appropriated budget. And the PFMA says a portion of the approved. The appropriated, as we know, is 31.2 trillion, and the approved is 52.8. May we get clarification, Honourable Speaker? We don't land into illegality and procedural impropriety in the presence of the Land Attorney General. Which of these laws supersedes the other? because the Constitution is very clear on appropriated. The PFMA talks about approved, and the two seem to be at a variant. May we be guided that will move appropriately by the Land Attorney General. Maybe to even help you further, very briefly, Right Honourable Speaker, because I thought you need to set these precedents very clear. If you go for the 3% of the appropriated, it's basically 937.89 billion. The 3% of the approved is 1.574 trillion. So may we be guided that we legally go over this matter, Honourable Speaker. I thought that procedure and legal flow needs to be clarified by the Land Attorney General.
I think before the Land Attorney General comes in, we need to know the intention of the framers of the Constitution. Because when they talk appropriated, whenever we are passing a budget, the statutory votes, we do pronounce them. We appropriate. It brings the whole total of amount that is appropriated, the statutory votes, including yours of Parliament. Anyway, let's hear from the Land Attorney General.
Right Honourable Speaker, I appreciate your clarification, and I will not depart so much from that. But in answer to the Leader of Opposition, we are dealing with the money approved.
You see, when you look at the Constitution, it talks about appropriated. It doesn't talk even about 3%. It's basically the English, the difference between the English of the two, from Masaka and Chegegwa. Yes, look.
You know, Right Honourable Speaker, we need to be very careful because, you see, unfortunately, the law is unforgiving. And bear in mind the intentions of the framers of the law. And that's why you are here to clear. And you see, getting the approved is appropriated for plus statutory. That's when you get approved. So the Constitution, the framers of the Constitution had that in mind, that the two are distinct. And that's why you need to be very clear that for you to get the approved, you get the sum of the appropriated plus statutory. They get the approved. So meaning that for a supplementary...
Do you appropriate the statutory?
Do we?
Do we?
Of course, in the bill, we do. Okay, that's why we need to be very clear with how whether the law
does it come in the Appropriation Act?
But separated. Statutory. The figures are separated.
But it forms a total. Yes,
the total, of course, becomes the approved.
After appropriation, that is the approved amount of the House.
I think, Right Honourable Speaker, for us not to take a lot of time on this.
You first listen to what an accountant is saying there. Silo.
No, we are talking the law here, not the other.
Yes, let's get from Moses. Silo, yes?
Yeah. Right Honourable Speaker, my concern is basically on the 3%. That's what we're talking about statutorily. It is allowed that government can spend up to 3%. And then later, if you want a supplementary to come, that's the other portion. When you combine the two, it forms the approved figure. So I don't see anything that we even need to debate here. Because it's very clear. The statutory is given at 3%. You only get a calculator and say the total budget approved times 3%. Give the calculation and you move. And that is it.
Thank you.
There's no debate about this. It's a very clear matter.
Moses. Yes. Honorable members. Honorable members.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. In some instances, those words are used interchangeably. But approval is actually getting
to agree that something is satisfactory, while appropriation is actually the allocation itself. So that's how those two actually. The other one,
Allocation per vote.
approval is to accept that it's satisfactory, while appropriation is actually the allocations according to the way we structure the budget. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Let me take leave, Right Honorable Speaker, by offering a humble advisory. Now that my Minister of Finance is undertaking to cause amendment to the PFMA, I encourage the Minister of Finance to work with him because.
But what happened? Because this Public Finance Management Act really needs amendment.
It's laden with so many issues, and that red flag should be picked to really harmonize the supreme law of the land with subordinate legislation. Otherwise, if challenged, you cannot go and explain English in a court of law.
Honorable Chivumbi, if you're stuck, I can give you my team to support you.
No, Honorable Speaker, we got two issues. One, actually, we got a hiccup from the office of the Clerk of Parliament.
Because you didn't go through my office.
We got a leave of Parliament to process the amendment. And even yesterday, we were supposed to interact with the minister, having bypassed the clerk's office because the clerk refused to write letters inviting agencies. So I took it upon myself because I had a leave of Parliament.
Did they give you a certificate? Have they given you a certificate?
No, we are in the process of we want them to have a buy-in so that they don't bring their issues in the certificate process. So we have invited the minister, but he was not around. He called to apologize that he had an assignment. We are supposed to meet other agencies starting from.
So let's bring the amendment
from tomorrow and Friday, and we are in the process of bringing this amendment.
Okay.
And we are going to interact with the minister. I hope they won't play those games of certificate of financial implication.
No, not. Yes, Honorable Opolo Tishagi, Chair of Budget.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. I would like first to apologize. We are having some.
Honorable Love, first listen to the old man.
We are of the House.
Of the House.
We are going to have some amendments first, Right Honorable. Start with page 4 of the report. The figure for domestic borrowing is amended to 3.5 trillion. As the figure available there has been overtaken by events. And also move to page 24. Page 24. I hear you. The point is the figure of 314.
Honorable members, I hear Patrick saying that is a consequential amendment following the motion that was moved by the minister. It's a consequential. Let the chair, because he's old, he might even forget what he has said. You first sit.
Thank you, Right Honorable, for that protection from my dear son and colleague, Honorable Shabe. Colleagues, I repeat, domestic borrowing now changes from 3.149351 trillion to 3.5 trillion as approved by the House. And thus the total now changes from 3.5 to changes to 3.851296 trillion. We also amend page 27. Page 27 at conclusion, the paragraph at conclusion, we amend domestic borrowing from the market from 3,149, we amend it to become 3.5 trillion as approved by the House. Right, Honorable?
You first listen to his report, you'll present your report, Patrick. The good thing you're all Patricks. You're all Patricks, don't. Let him present, then you'll present. Patrick.
Right, Honorable.
Actually, yes.
Right, Honorable. I would like to clear to the House because Honorable Patrick thinks I'm popping mine to his report, but I've only got a notice of my notary report, but I'm not privy to the details. He has not submitted to me, so I don't know what is in the minority report. I'm amending this according to the events that have occurred, according to what the House has approved. Therefore, the figure we had has been overtaken by events. And therefore, we have to go by what respect what the House has approved. What's the vote number? Right, Honorable. We also have an amendment on page 7 arising out of typing error. Page 7, 3.9, vote 015. Vote 015. It reads Ministry of Trade, not Energy and Mineral Development, but Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives.
He's making a correction on the name of the vote.
Right,
Just a
Honorable.
minute, just a
I'm
minute.
presenting a committee report, what's not proper. Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much, but I want to call is a member of the committee, Right Honorable, and colleagues. The person speaking is a member of our committee, and I would pray that he keeps the committee decent enough, and when time for him to present, he will do it for the report he has, which is part of our report. But the point is, it's always better to make correction to errors, because the ones who type and do what and write are humans, and errors are possible. And now, for us to have the report valid, we start by correcting the errors of omission and commission. Right, Honorable? I now move that, aware that the minister moved a supplementary request laid in the House, and it was referred to the Budget Committee and other sector committees jointly to process on the 30th November. The committee has therefore to report on the findings. Right, Honorable? The request was in two parts. Part 1 of Schedule 1 was supplementary expenditure within the allowed 3%. That was 1.574 trillion. And the one above 3%, 1.926 trillion. A total of 3.5 trillion. The committee interacted as a methodology with the various relevant stakeholders, and also looked at relevant legal provisions, the statutes, Constitution, Public Finance Management Act, and others relevant to this. And therefore, found out one of the requirements is a source of funding. The committee found the source of funding is domestic borrowing, local revenue, external financing, non-tax revenue, and so on. I move Part A, the expenditure request within 3% limit. I beg your pardon, Right Honorable, to allow me lay the copy of the report.
Please lay.
I also lay the minutes of the meeting.
Please do.
I also lay notice of my note
Okay,
report signed by two colleagues,
Very-
members of the committee, Honorable Oshabe Patrick Nsamba and Honorable Namuga Goreti.
And Honorable Chivumbi.
No, the only two. Honorable Kivumbi was agreeing with the major report.
Order, Right Honorable Speaker.
No, that was
No, no, no.
the report I have has Honorable Chivumbi, Honorable Shabe, and Honorable Goretti.
So I
Namuga.
need order.
It is part of the correction.
Right Honorable, can we therefore make a correction that Honorable Kivumbi later on changed his mind and moved to the minority? Thank you. So, Right Honorable, we start with the party A. Vote 002, State House. Required classified budget of 100 billion. I will straight read recommendation. The committee recommends that the House approve the sum of 100 billion to vote 002 State House to finance classified expenditure. Vote 004 Defense Veteran Affairs. Right Honorable, under 3%, the committee recommends approval of 1 billion shillings to vote 004 for commencement of infrastructural works on military museum. This one has been missing and overdue. It's good they have started. Right Honorable, vote 005, Minister of Public Service, 12.099 billion. The committee recommends stay in approval of this money because the areas to the money lenders talked of has never been verified and there is no indication of genuineness of this expenditure. The committee stays this. Vote 008, Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. The committee recommends approval of 30.360 billion to Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, of which 28.360 is reinstating the U-Gift financing and 2.0 billion for monitoring of wealth funds. Where we have a lot of wealth funds in the country. So we need to monitor and ensure that the purpose it's intended to control and have it be in good use. Vote 010, Minister of Agriculture and Money Industry. The committee recommends 11.8 billion be approved to vote 010 to finance goat breeding program, meat export support services, and the cashew nut value chain promotion. The committee further recommends another 3.664 billion to Minister of Agriculture as a subvention for wage and non-wage, which is a shortfall for the Agriculture Training Institute, and also for Office of Romatachi, National Farmers Leadership Center, and Coordination Office for COCTU, that's the trypanosomiasis in Uganda. Vote 012, Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development. The committee recommends approval of 17.268 billion to that vote for 1, 12.2 268 billion as a subvention for wage and non-wage for National Physical Planning Board, Architects Registration Board, of which 7 billion will be for recurrent and 5,268 billion is development. 2 billion for compensation for Kabaka's land. 1 billion for compensation for Bunyoro Kitara land. Another 2 billion for compensation for Toro Kingdom. Vote 013, Ministry of Education and Sports. The committee recommends that 30.19 billion is approved for Ministry of Education and Sport, whereby 5.19 is for reinstating development budget, which had been cut off, and 25 billion for payment of supplied instructional materials. Aware that now we have a new curriculum at secondary school, all level is undergoing it, so instructional material I must. Vote 014, Ministry of Health. The committee recommends approval of 100.842 billion to Ministry of Health, broken down as follows. 2.7 billion for supervision costs for Lubowa Hospital and the quarterly progress report submitted to Parliament. There is a hospital being constructed in Lubowa where government funds have been invested in. And therefore, as work goes on, it's prudent that to protect our interests, supervision must be thorough. 22.934 billion for funding for medical interns. We have complained about medical interns many times. This is the money now for them. 4.461 for global fund to cater for value-added tax. 67.694 billion for funding for URMCHIP project 111440. What's that?
What is that?
Health can.
Doctor
is here. Doctor is there. Thank you.
Chief, that is external financing for a project for construction of maternity wards across the country. That's where it is focused on. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Within the health center 3s and several health centers.
Thank you, Dr. Opio. And Uganda shilling 3.053 billion for payment for outstanding areas for senior health officers and medical interns. There is information, I can take information.
From a former Minister of Health.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, AMCHIP is just an abbreviation. It is a Uganda Reproductive Maternal Child Health Project. That's what I wanted to inform the House.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for that information from Minister. Vote 015. Trade, industry, and cooperatives. The committee recommends that we approve 51.733 billion to that vote to cater for 9.467 billion, which is a shortfall to Uganda Development Corporation for Soroti Fruit Factory. Honorable Gwaru, Honorable Baju, the Honorable Aogoni, all Teso and Eastern Region and Uganda MPs. The factory is there for production. 37 billion as the funding required to complete construction of the Speak Resort Convention Center at Munyonyo. 37 billion.
Honorable members, we are going to be the first people to use that convention center on the 3rd to 6th as the speakers of the Commonwealth.
Oh, congratulations. Thank you very much. 3.079 billion for Management Training and Advisory Center, MTAC. 2.187 billion to facilitate payment of wages, support standardization of storage infrastructure, enhance certification and licensing under Uganda Warehouse Receipt System Authority. Vote 016. The committee recommends approval of 40.328 billion to Ministry of Works and Transport as subvention, wage and non-wage, to cater for National Review Board, MV Kalangala, Mount Elgon Labor-Based Training Center. Vote 017, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. This one is, of course, correction of errors that could have arisen during budgeting and the new opportunities arising. A total of 118 billion to cater for 27 billion, which was to cater for part payment of deemed energy obligation under Lira Agago transmission line for the Achua Agago Dam. So we are getting into the last part of clearing deemed energy because now the thing is connected. So soon there is no deemed energy. They are only to pay the last residue. Roman 250 billion was to bridge the demand gap through the accelerated rural electrification program. That one, which Honorable Kivumi one time was about to strangle himself. So we are putting back the money, which was the Renas. This is 50, there's another 50 in the other part. So it's even more. 10 billion was to cater for mineral regulation infrastructure project. This is now for minerals. We are now to get serious with the regulation of minerals. 31 billion to cater for shortfalls on contractual obligations for deemed energy under now Lira Agago transmission line for Achua Agago Dam. Vote 018. Gender, Labor and Social Development. Committee recommends approval of 32 billion, of which 30 billion would cater for wage and non-wage shortfalls for food, for remand homes, and special grant for persons with disabilities. 2 billion for rehabilitation of National Mosque at Old Kampala. I have it.
Yeah.
Vote 019.
Isn't that the mosque under said?
The mosque at Old Kampala, we have no information of it being sold. And as such, the renovation was done. The renovation work is ongoing. Yeah, so for our faith. Vote 019, Minister of Works and Environment, sorry, I beg your pardon, Minister of Water and Environment. A total of 68.436 billion, of which 25.02 billion to cater for second and third installments to the contractor of the solar-powered water supply and irrigation system projects for Nexus Green. Those ones you see around the country, solar. 6 billion to support water for production phase 2. 30 billion for protection of Lake Victoria Kampala sanitation program, project 1438. 2 billion for national wetland restoration project. 3 billion for building resilient community wetlands, ecosystems, and associated catchments in the country. 2 billion for water management zones project to support the institutional framework for availing clean water to urban and rural communities. And 416 million to cater for the operational shortfalls under Nyabeya Forest College. Vote 020, Ministry of ICT National Guidance. The committee recommends approval of 47.333 billion to Ministry of ICT and National Guidance to cater for a subvention of non-wage for Uganda Institute for ICT and ICT Innovation Program and Business Process Outsourcing. And another 24.833 billion, I beg your pardon. The total money is 47.33 billion, of which 22,449 is for ICT Institute and 24.833 is for Uganda Broadcasting Corporation. Vote 022, Tourism, Wildlife and Heritage.
Proceeding.
Yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker, unless there is a dispute somewhere in what the chairman of the committee is reading, I would propose that Mr. Chairman would read for us, summarize for us the figure that's required so that we can go to supply.
Seconded. Abed. But we'll first listen to the minority. Yes. Yes. You're seconding. So, Chairman, you'll give us, we will go to supply. Let's first listen to the minority. As I said before, your figures, your report is informative. Kindly switch on. Let's listen.
Thank you, Right Honorable. I agree with what member is saying. The summary is for 3%. We therefore have everything uploaded. The recommendations are there.
So let's go
and
to minority.
have the detail.
Yes.
So I respect the motion and I therefore would like to conclude.
Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable members, by requesting that the House approves supplementary expenditure schedule 1 for 23-24, totaling 3,492,924,000,000 shillings. The source of funding is NTR, domestic borrowing, external financing, and therefore the breakdown gives us 3% is 1.5 trillion and the one above 3% is 1.9 trillion. So I beg to move.
Thank you. Honorable Chivumbe.
Right, Honorable Speaker, this time I request my colleague, Honorable Nsamba, to go through the minority report.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker and honorable members, I want to thank you. You saw me here trying to raise points of procedure because I saw the chairperson changing in line with what the minority report was advising this House on. One, we thought it is not proper, Madam Speaker, for a minister to appear here with a request to a supplemental at the same time requesting to borrow. We really feel it is unfair to Parliament. It's like holding us to ransom. Now the Committee of National Economy gets no opportunity to analyze this kind of borrowing that comes when the Committee of Budget is the one that is approving and running this.
Yeah, in which page?
So,
Page?
Madam
Which page are you
Speaker,
reading?
Madam Speaker, that's my preamble. And Madam Speaker, I was trying to show you that it is not right. So, our minority report has areas of dissent. Generally, one, the minister indicated to the committee that he made statutory revisions, which he has come here and changed a while here to mean that Parliament approved. But while in the committee, Madam Speaker, the minister informed us that the ministry did statutory revisions, a preserve of this House. And we would never have been comfortable with the ministry taking over the responsibility of this Parliament. So that's area number one of dissent. Madam Speaker, and all of us here, we have witnessed unprecedented events here where the chairperson has been forced to change his report. And among the things that we are highlighted.
Honorable member, I am not sure whether the chairman has been forced to change his report. That is a report of Parliament.
Madam Speaker,
Chair, who has forced you to change your report?
Right Honorable and colleagues, we as a committee perform a delegated function of the House. And what the House has approved, the committee has no any power and right to go against, but the committee can now fit into the resolutions of the House. And that's why our report had to fit in what the House had approved.
Thank you very much, Chair. You have really indicated that circumstances here forced you to change your report. Madam Speaker, that was our area of dissent, number 2.
Okay.
It is in our report. Kindly read.
Please, you
it is
finish.
kindly read.
Finish.
Kindly read our minority report. No, I'm moving in the line of summarizing.
Procedure.
Madam Speaker.
There's a procedure matter.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
There's a procedure matter.
We have listened to the report from the majority report. We are now here to listen from the report of the minority. Madam Speaker, would it not be procedurally correct that the member sticks to his report as it is, other than going to respond verbally to what the Honorable Chairman of the main report has said? I would request that he sticks to his report. Would it not be procedurally correct, Madam Speaker?
Patrick, stick to your report. Huh?
Madam Speaker, let me read, if that's what members want.
The way it is.
I thought I was going to summarize. Now, I'll be happy to read. Right Honorable Speaker, whereas the minister's request for supplementary funding was 3.5 trillion, he informed the committee that the ministry made statutory revisions to the tune of 3.39 trillion. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, you are aware that our revision, that such revisions require Parliament's approval.
The minister is therefore usurping the authority of this house by making those statutory revisions. 2, defective motion moved by the minister. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the minister presented a motion to approve a supplementary budget of 3.5 trillion, which also included the funds readily available and therefore did not require borrowing. The minister later made statutory revisions amounting to 3.393 trillion. However, the total proposed funding indicated in this statement was amounting to 3.92 trillion, which included domestic borrowing amounting to 3.5 trillion and a self-funding of 305 billion. Madam Speaker, we find the minister's request defective because while the motion indicated 3.5 trillion as the supplementary budget request, the minister seeks a seeking earlier on 3.9 trillion. Thank God that they have amended that. The minister erred by processing a defective motion. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, on the onset, the Budget Committee erred in processing a motion that was defective, whereas the committee has the mandate to process supplementary budget requests. It does not have the mandate to process loans, the Budget Committee. This mandate of approving loans is with the purview of the Committee of National Economy, not Budget Committee. Right, Honorable Speaker, we find the minister's request irregular, as he should have prepared before this parliament with appeared before this parliament with a request for a loan for subsequent processing by the Budget Committee. Madam Speaker, spending money in anticipation of the parliamentary approval from the minister's submission, Right Honorable Speaker, we note that he is seeking approval of Parliament for funds that have already been spent under 3% threshold as required by the PFMA. This already implies that funds being sought to be borrowed have already been spent, yet the minister includes the same funds he's looking forward to borrow. You can note that 1.5 trillion is already spent, but when the minister is coming for request, he's requesting for 3.5. He would have requested for 1.9. This tantamount spending in anticipation so that this honorable house ritually rubber stamps an irregularity and should outrightly be discouraged. Distortions of budgeting process. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have severally emphasized in our alternative policy direction the need to respect the budgeting process. Sadly, Right Honorable Speaker, it has become a norm that the executive presents this honorable house supplementary budget requests, including items that were rejected by Parliament during the budgeting process. They are requests that have consistently featured. There are requests that consistently feature in the supplementary budgets. Only for example, every supplementary has deemed energy, Chira Motors, Presidential Banana Initiative on Industrial Development, Rubawa Hospital, COVIDX, and among others. There are so many. In the same vein, Right Honorable Speaker.
What's wrong with the COVIDX? Didn't it save you from COVID?
Madam Speaker, I will not go that late. Right Honorable Speaker, there are other critical entities that missed allocation for funding when we were doing budgeting, yet we thought they were very critical. A case in point are the nursery operators that supplied coffee and tea seedlings to the farmers, and they were not considered in the budget, and even in the supplementary, they are not considered. Madam Speaker, 18 districts don't have road units. We expected probably at this level that probably they would be catered for. They were not. We are concerned that the supplementary budgets are continuously being used as conduits for misuse of taxpayers' money. Madam Speaker, there is a vote 002 that always consumes the biggest part of the of the supplementaries. It's always appearing on the supplementaries. It was allocated 421 billion in the budget. It was another 100 billion was given extra. It's now seeking another 197 billion, and that is State House, just on half-year mark of the financial year. It should be noted, Madam Speaker, that last year, the same vote 002 State House used 913 billion on average, approximately about 3 billions per day. Right, Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, it has been held in this parliament before that supplementary budget, Madam Speaker, by extension, it's a physical indiscipline has derailed the budgetary process. Honorable Musasi here is on record to have committed himself to this House, Madam Speaker, that that government is applying itself more to legality, will apply for more on legality in the future should the appetite to borrow or misappropriate public funds occur. For us as a parliament to endorse already expended funds and borrowing that is irresponsible in motive, it is itself illegal as it offends Article 156 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, which is the primary basis for supplementary appropriation. Since we are alive to clause 2 of which provides for fidelity of budget requests made in supplement, the writing is on the wall that the business before us should be stayed, Madam Speaker. There is no reason why we hurry. When requests of that nature are entertained on the floor of Parliament, it only serves to show the public that we are aiding the sanitization of impunity. To this end, Right Honorable Speaker, we implore the Parliament to disengage itself from endorsing the facility before us for approval altogether as it renders us a rubber stamp to indiscipline. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Honorable Minister, there's a commitment I want to get from you on the issue of the coffee nursery operators. Please, we need a commitment that it is going to appear in the budget framework paper.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker. The Minister of Finance.
Honorable members, we need to finish. Me and Lope has gone.
Yes.
We are going for a mass.
Yes. Right, Honorable Speaker. The Minister of Finance committed on the floor of Parliament that in the 2 years, 2023, 24, and the coming year, these national operators will be paid. He has not provided in the budget, in the supplementary. So, Right Honorable Speaker, you have guided well that he should commit on the floor of Parliament. When are you paying the national operators? They has destroyed their businesses. Banks are taking their properties.
We need a commitment that you're going to put it in the budget framework paper. That's one. 2, we also need a commitment that you're going to give the 33 billion shillings for the circle, parliamentary circle. The money, the land which has been taken by government, these members want their money. We are suffering from liquidity because government is holding members' money. Let the old man first answer that.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker and friends. Life is still going on. We shall oblige.
Thank you.
I rarely make a promise and I don't fulfill it. When the circumstances become possible, I will act accordingly.
Thank you. Let's hear from the chairman.
Madam Speaker and colleagues, I'm just trying to put some clarification on some of issues raised in a minority report. We are all aware the rules at which we raise minority reports must be dissenting views. And there are issues which have been raised where we were in agreement and there was no dissent. One, statutory revision. Right Honorable and colleagues, we process what has been referred to the committee by the House. And among the issues laid in the schedule that was referred to the committee, there was nothing like a statutory review. So when the minister brought issues of statutory revision, we dismissed it. And that's why you find it does not appear in any part of this major report. It's unfortunate that the minority report, I think, are run short of issues. So that one is totally uncalled for. Right Honorable, the minority is choosing the measure for processing a defective motion. This is also a delegated function from the House. Then it was part of the schedule. Therefore, what do we do as a committee? We process and bring it to the House. And that's why the amount we had processed was different. And now it was got overtaken by events. So there was nothing defective. We pray you don't pay it to the committee as doing defective motions. No. The spent balance, what the colleague says already spent balance. We discussed this one and we came out by thanking the minister for being managers. When we approve a budget of 52 trillion running a 12-month season, and when you are in the second month of the season, an emergency arises, and yet you have some funds which are supposed to spend later, do you sleep? And if there are emergencies, it is a cash flow management. And if you have somebody who is not a manager who fails to make a decision, yes, it's provided for in good management practice. So you can't inform me on this area because I'm more informed on financial management issues. So a manager of cash flow has to anticipate once there is a crisis and there is an opportunity which has arisen, he must act accordingly. He must be able to make a decision. I beg to move that point.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The motion had already been moved by Honorable Bwalu and seconded by Honorable Bedi. I now put a question that the supplementary schedule, supplementary expenditure number 1 for financial year 2023-2024 be approved by this House. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. Motion.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move a motion that the House resolves itself into a committee of support 2024 totaling to Uganda shillings 3.5 trillion, broken down as 1.574 trillion within the 3% legal limit and 1.926 trillion that requires prior approval by Parliament. I beg to move, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. I put a question that the House resolves itself into a committee of supply. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Committee of Supply. Within recurrent expenditure within 3%. Yeah, let me put that question. Recurrent expenditure within 3%.
Honorable members, I put a question that a total sum of 873,973,792,236 shillings be approved as a total recurrent expenditure within 3% under the supplementary schedule 1 for the financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Development expenditure within 3%.
I put a question that a total sum of 686 billion I put a question that 686 billion 783 million 399,493 shillings be approved as a total development expenditure within 3% under the supplementary schedule 1 for the financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Recurrent expenditure above 3%.
I put a question that the total sum I put a question that a total sum of 1,025,756,990,524 shillings only be approved as a total recurrent expenditure above 3% under the supplementary schedule 1 for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Development expenditure above 3%.
I put a question that a total sum of 906 billion 410 million 161,637 shillings only be approved as a total development expenditure above 3% under the supplementary schedule 1 for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Total for supplementary expenditure schedule number 1.
When I'm dealing with the figures, I don't see. I put a question that a total sum of 3 trillion 492 billion 924,343,890 shillings only be approved as a grand total of the supplementary expenditure schedule number 1 for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say aye. The contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Honorable Minister.
I am going today. Madam Speaker, through my senior minister, who is here with us this evening, we have written to you a letter proposing some movements, and with this new information, which I beg to lay on table, and I also pray that this letter becomes part of the schedule. I beg to move.
Honorable members, the letter is written to me. Listen, the letter is written to me on making a movement of funds. One, a movement of 55.6 billion. It is within the budget. Wait. Vote 001, there's a reduction of 5 billion. Vote 005, 12.05. Vote 008, 3 billion. Vote 015, 5.31. Vote 016 is getting 20 billion for construction for AFCON. Okay. 10 billion for Uganda Airlines. Vote 017 for Isimba. Vote 17 is Karuma. Vote 022, 5.7. Vote 137. 137 is 7 billion for procurement of the national security system. And this is in line. It's just a shift of one vote. Listen. It is just from within, a movement from within without adding any money. Okay?
Madam Chair.
We have unforeseen things that we are not known were going to happen. AFCON. The money has been provided for AFCON. The money has been provided for CHAN. We are going to host CHAN in Uganda. Pardon? We are hosting CHAN. When are we hosting CHAN?
Right Honorable Speaker, we are going to host an early next year because it's one of the conditions we were given when we were given a hosting right to host AFCON, and that is for the entire team, Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania.
So Chan is like a dry run.
Chan is a local competition for all African countries, which only are used local-based players, not foreign-based. AFCON opens for all foreign-based players. I thank you.
Madam Chair.
Then too,
Madam Chair.
since Kabarega,
Madam Chair.
the airport is going to be in Hoima, that is where they are putting part of the money. We are removing, we are reducing it, which was there. But what is important is the letter is written to the Right Honorable Speaker. What is important is accepting the letter to be part of the record of these proceedings. And those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it, this letter is part of the record of this process.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Chair, I beg to move that the House do resume and the Committee of Supply reports thereto.
I put a question that the House resumes and the Committee of the whole House reports there too. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
The speed is too much.
Report of the Committee of Supply.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of Supply has considered the supplementary schedule number 1 for financial year 2023-2024 and passed it with amendments.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of Supply.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move a motion that the report from the Committee of Supply be adopted.
I put a question that the House adopts a report of the Committee of Supply together with a letter written to the Speaker forming a record of the House. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. Honorable members, I want to thank you for today, and I want to adjourn the House. First, my old man wants to thank.
Thank you, Right Honorable and colleagues. What I want to say, this was referred to the committee last week on the 30th, and the committee did work marathon and produce a report record time. I would therefore like sincerely to thank my colleagues in the committee, the staff, technical staff of the committee, the independence on the House, and the Honorable Shabe for his participation and raising important issues. I thank everybody, the House and also the Minister of Finance and your staff. We thank you for your involvement because Finance was with us full time up to midnight last night. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Honorable members, once more, even if he doesn't thank me, you get up and thank me.
Let me take this opportunity to thank you and remind colleagues that she's my woman member of parliament for Bukedia district. She's also my voter. She's also my daughter. She has also given us twins. And I take this opportunity also to thank the sharpshooter, Honorable Magogo. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, I want to thank the Committee of Finance, of Budget, for the good work you've done. And in a special way, thank the Minister, Senior Minister of Finance, and our young brother, Honorable Musasisi. You have a RPG there. And I want to thank the leader of opposition for giving leadership, showing leadership, and Honorable Chivumbi for always being keen on some of these things with Patrick. You're a good team. But in a special way, in a special way, in a special way, I want to thank the president. And I will explain later why I am thanking him. Have a blessed evening. I am now adjourning the house to 14th. Honorable members, Minister of Finance, I expect the budget framework paper here on 14th. 13th. You are correcting me, 13th? So we are adjourning the house to 13th, waiting December, waiting for the budget framework paper. And let 13th be 13th. House adjourned.
The show.